Good evening and welcome to the Town Board meeting of May 20th, 2025. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Howard, would you lead us off?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if we could remain standing for a moment of silence as we are coming out of EMS Week, Police Week, Nurses Week, those who care for us, and also coming up upon Memorial Day, where we celebrate the sacrifice that has given us our freedoms for those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice in battle. Please hold them to your heart in special prayer. Thank you. Introductions to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman, and today Councilwoman Hawat will not be with her as she is with us as she is with her husband today, who is being recognized for EMS Week and saving a life and bringing someone back to life. So.
Sergio Esposito, Deputy Supervisor.
Patrick Murphy, Councilman.
Susan Siegel, Councilwoman.
Good evening, David Chen, Acting Town Attorney.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go pretty quick with the different with my report for the town today, just because we have a lot on the agenda. I will, we had 4 grand openings in the last couple of days, which is great. Business in Yorktown is really booming. Our small business owners have been very excited about the changes that are happening, those that bring both business opportunity and those that bring residents in, as that gives them a client base to go through. Sergio, what do we have today? We had Mr. Chick and Miss Dim Sung.
Yeah, yep. They had a great grand opening, and their food's really good.
Yep. And then on Sunday, the Taekwondo.
We had WSJ Taekwondo, and we had Mind and Movement Pilates.
Yeah. So there's some great spaces as well. Mind and Movement is over right next door to Domino's. WJS is next to it's in the old Yorktown Pharmacy. And Miss Dim Sung and Mr. Chick are right on the corner of Keir Street and 118. So that was great. And then we are, as I said, coming up on Memorial Day. So we have
Memorial Day.
Yes, we have the drum roll.
Cue the sign.
We will have 3 celebrations here in the town of Yorktown, as we normally do. The first is at 9 a.m. over behind Lakeland High School. They're to the east side. If you're looking at the building, the left of the high school, around the back, there's a courtyard with a Vietnam memorial that was donated by actually Tom Diana's class. I think that was. I'm not gonna bother to guess. Tommy was a few years before me. And then I'll guess. I think it was 73. And then after that, we go over and we do a joint ceremony with the Mohegan Lake Fire Association, and they do it at the World War II Memorial, right by the Lakeland Administrative Building and the John C. Hart Memorial Library. And then when we leave that, we go over to the Veteran Memorials Circle, right next to the Patriot Skate Park down here. And we have our Memorial Day celebration, followed by our parade, which will go from here to Veterans Road and then break out from there. There are also some other ones around, and looking forward on Friday to the JOC, the Jefferson Owners Corporation Memorial Day celebration as well. So please feel free to come to those. And if you do come to the parade, right after the parade, our museum will be open. And until what time, Diana?
The museum will be open from 12:30 to 2, or basically right after the parade till 2 o'clock, to showcase our Memorial Day exhibit.
No, very good. And if you have not been to visit our museum, the museum is located in the old 6th grade school, if you've been around. If not, the Albert A. Capellini Community and Cultural Center. And it's a wonderful, wonderful space with some great things. And our new curator, Amy Swan, has been doing fantastic work there and some new programming under the supervision of our clerk's office, and a great job on that. Thank you. All right, Sergio?
Yeah, so a little while ago we had something called, in Yorktown, we had the Sorrentino Cup. And what ended up happening is about, I think this was the 43rd annual Sorrentino Cup. But years ago, there was a young man who was in Yorktown High School. He was a triathlete. He played 3 different sports. Baseball was his favorite sport. And he suddenly passed away while he was still in high school. And actually, his sister, Elisa Statler, Elisa Sorrentino Statler, is a teacher in our high school. I believe she's the high school teacher.
Yes.
So anyway, what ended up happening is they started a memorial game called the Sorrentino Cup in his memory 43 years ago. And it's always Yorktown Central versus Lakeland Panis. It's a great rivalry game. This year, Yorktown won, but it goes back and forth, and they get the cup. But it's a great event. Joe Sr. and Dottie, the mother and the father, were there this year again, and it's always a pleasure seeing them. But it's just a tribute to what the kids in this community do, for others. I'm always impressed by the level of care that they show. We also had the Murphy Cup. The Murphy Cup is lacrosse. It's in memory of Jack Murphy. And it's Jack Murphy.
No, it's Charlie Murphy.
Charlie, I'm sorry. I was thinking Jack
And
DeVito.
it's not related to Murphy.
No, it's not related. It's not related to the man on my left. But that he's the one that Charlie Murphy is the one that started lacrosse in Yorktown.
He put up
Years and
$500.
years ago. Yeah, he started with a $500 donation. It was like in the 60s.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's always a great game. Again, it's a huge rivalry match between Lakeland and Yorktown. It's just a great time, and to see all the youth of our community, on the field together, all the kids in the stands, screaming at each other, in a really positive way. Great, it's just great fun. And again, it's a great tribute to a man who contributed a lot to our community. Fam Jam was a complete success. It was so much fun. There was so many things going on, and I believe they raised in excess of 30 grand.
Yes.
And that money all goes back into the community. So 100% of that stuff is going into scholarships and stuff for, again, our youth. One thing we didn't mention about Mr. Chick and Miss Dim Sum, it's a fully woman-owned business. They had, like I said, they got great food there. And then lastly, the quest for the chip is on. The Yorktown baseball varsity team came in first place, and now they're in the playoffs. And they won last night 24-3. So they won their first round of the playoffs, their first game in the first round of the playoffs. So they're doing well. They have a really good chance of making it all the way, and I wish them the best of luck. They play tomorrow at 3, and that's where I'll be. Thank you very much.
Alrighty. So I want to do a special thanks to the St. Pat seniors. We were up there today, and they donated over 100 bags of food that go to the Vietnam hospital, the VA hospital over in Montrose. And I was talking to James and Mary over there, and they said donations are down so much. And, we used to go in there, and the pantry was full, and they're like, it's half full now. So they were so grateful that we, brought over some food. So the St. Pat seniors collected it, and then the VA used to pick it up and drive it over, but they don't have a van anymore, and they don't have any helpers anymore. So they called Ed, and Ed, he did a great job coordinating this, and they got a little shout out to Jim Ratschmidt that he got his van from United's from the Troop, packed it all up, brought it over there, and, with the help of Ed, James, Jim, and myself, and Kevin O'Keefe. And, we donated 100 bags of food to the VA hospital over there. So I thank you, Ed, for coordinating
no
that,
problem. I thank Carol Mans for getting that set up and
Yeah.
for thinking to call us when they were
Right.
in need.
So that's about it. Susan?
Okay, thank you. Okay. I have two statements I want to read tonight. One deals with sewers and one deals with taxes. I want to follow up on comments that I made earlier this month about the mistake in the 2025 budget that showed a 6.6% increase in the tax rate when the increase was actually 7.4%. Town records document the mistake. Page 2 of the 2025 budget, this is what it looks like, okay? And it says in part, the property tax assessments shown on the following pages are the official amounts filed with the New York State Office of Real Property Services on September 15th of each year. But that's not what's on page 4 of the budget. Instead of using that September 15th assessed value number, okay, as stated on page 2, and as required by Westchester County law, page 4 of the budget used the outdated March 2024 assessed value number to calculate the 2025 tax rate. This is the page at the very bottom that shows the assessed value that was used to calculate the tax rate in 2025. Using the wrong assessed value number reduced the 2025 tax rate and resulted in the 6.6% tax rate increase. But if the correct lower assessed value number was used in the budget, as it should have been, the tax rate would have been increased by 7.4%. Okay. There are two other town tax records that document the mistake that was made. This is the assessed value number that was reported on September 15th. Okay, that's online. And this is the assessed value that was the incorrect assessed value that was used in March 2024. Okay. As we learn from our mistakes, and I certainly have learned over the years lots of mistakes that I've made, and I've learned from them, we need to be more careful as we go forward with the 2025 budget.
Yes, sir.
There's one other tax transparency issue that needs to be clarified, and that's the increase in the tax levy. There's a column in the April tax bill that reads percent change, but it's the change in the tax levy, not the tax rate. Just by coincidence that the tax levy increased by 6.6%, the same incorrect amount of 6.6% that was used in the tax rate in the budget. But as a standalone number, taxpayers don't relate to the tax levy, and it's easy for taxpayers to read the percent change number as the change in the tax rate, which is really what they're interested in. So I have a suggestion that next year when the April bills go out, the heading on that column needs to be clearer, and it should say it's the percentage increase in the tax rate, not the tax levy. My second statement deals with with sewers. I'm disappointed, or to be more accurate, frustrated, very frustrated, that after 9 months of work by town staff, this board is 1 month away from silently killing a plan that would have reformed a dysfunctional, inequitable sewer financing system. How Yorktown's 8,100 sewer taxpayers pay for the operation and maintenance of their sewer system is a mess. That includes the 4,100 taxpayers who are part of the county's Peekskill sewer system and the 4,000 taxpayers in the town's Halleck's Mill district. The words dysfunctional and inequitable are appropriate because Halleck's Mill taxpayers may be subsidizing Peekskill taxpayers, or it could be vice versa. Because the system is so messed up, we actually don't know. And there's no consistency in how Peekskill's 4,100 taxpayers divided into 11 separate districts are actually charged. Anybody who knows anything about the sewer system acknowledges that the system needs to be fixed. But this board can't seem to deal with the problem in a coherent, rational way. By ignoring the problem, I believe, is a gross disservice to 8,100 taxpayers. For 9 months, staff has been working out the nuts and bolts of consolidating the operation and maintenance expenses of the 11 separate Peekskill sewer districts and revising the way those expenses are paid for. I should add that this consolidation plan dates back to 2023, when I wasn't even on the board. But back in 2023 or 2024, the plan was never implemented. I said the board was silently killing the plan, and that's because the board was supposed to hold a public hearing last week, May 13th, on one part of the plan, the amendments drafted by town staff to the local law that determines how the sewer districts are funded. On April 15th, the board actually voted unanimously to hold that hearing. But the hearing was never held, and there was no explanation why it wasn't held. And when I tried to ask a question about it, the supervisor wouldn't let me speak because it was a work session. The supervisor also refused to put on the agenda a vote on the resolution to create the consolidated district. Board members may disagree over how to fix the sewer financing system. These issues need to be discussed and, yes, debated, but not decided in private discussions behind closed doors. And the discussion needs to be based on real numbers, not wishful thinking. For example, it appears that some board members may be opposing the consolidation plan because they think it will create a new tax, and they're opposed to any new taxes. But they're misunderstanding and misrepresenting the tax issue, and this needs to be explained to all of you. If the board is serious about wanting to fix a dysfunctional system for the 2026 budget, and I hope they are, it has until June 30th to act. After that, it will be too late for the 2026 budget. We have 3 board meetings before that deadline. So once again, I'm asking my colleagues to put this issue on the agenda, starting with the June 3rd meeting. We're running out of time. If you don't like the consolidation plan, that's fine. Then what plan do you have to fix the system? Or do you plan to continue to ignore the system? If you want more background on the sewer issue, which is far too complicated for me to go into now, I have 2 articles on my website, susansiegelforyorktown.com, and you can get some background, and you're always free to email me or to call me. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So I will just briefly address your 2 things. The first is, and I pulled it up, and I'll ask her to come in and speak on it. Janelle answered you, and you seem to have not liked her answer, so you didn't include any of that in
No,
your...
I did, because
Okay.
it was a
Susan-
tax
Susan-
levy.
Susan-
Janelle spoke about the tax levy.
Susan, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm
Okay.
just commenting on a couple
All right.
things. The other thing is that we cannot do a creation of a district by a resolution. It has to be a public hearing. You are insistent that it is, but I have 3 or 4 different sources now saying it needs to go to a public hearing. I told you that I have a huge problem setting up a taxing district when we can solve the problem through actual water consumption. And you seem dead set on just making taxes, where I think it's fair, because I know that if I were to take a poll, there are a lot of people that do water conservation. I know I do. I don't water my lawns. I don't do things like that. So why should I be taxed for water usage that I'm not using when we can have a water use fee that goes into the districts to pay for the O&M? So I asked Gary and Dan, as I told you, to look back, go through some of the stuff, and we're working with the clerk to get this to that point. So, just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean that we're not looking at it, we're not going there. But once again, I look out at the room and I see a bunch of people that are probably overtaxed at this point. Okay, not only between us, but between New York and the federal government. And I think it's only fair that we do all of the due diligence and not just say, well, rush it because I want to start collecting the tax now. That's not the answer.
let me just say two things without prolonging this discussion, because this is why we need a full discussion at a work session. And
We
not
had
this
one-
back
we
and
had
forth.
one
Just let me
month
say
and a
one
half
thing.
ago.
Janelle commented on the comment that I made 2 weeks ago, and she talked about the tax levy, which is why you notice that in my comments, I separated the assessed value issue with documents from the town budget from the tax levy, which is the only thing that Janelle commented on. And that's a question of improper heading. As far as the consolidation issue goes, as I have said, and as it's explained in what I put down on my website explanation, okay, you can create the district and not charge a tax. We have, if you remember, those of you who get your tax bills, for many, many years, we've had a $30 a year open space tax, okay? That tax, the town board in 2018 decided not to collect the tax. So there's no we don't collect the open space tax. But if the town board decided in 2026 budget or 2030 or whenever to collect the tax, the authority to collect the tax is there. So creating a Peekskill O&M district does not automatically create a tax. And what the supervisor is not saying is that if that district is created, all of the O&M expenses from the existing districts will disappear. So their taxes will go down for 7 of those districts. And 4 of the sewer districts that are all O&M expenses will totally disappear. They won't have any sewer tax. The supervisor is not explaining that. And that's part of this very complicated issue that has simply not been discussed by this town. And I think since it involves 8,100 taxpayers, it's a significant issue. It's complicated. There are pros and cons. No system is perfect, but it needs to be discussed in the open. And we need to.
So speaking about discussing things in the open, you know, I'm quite frustrated too. I know last week you came up and you said somebody contacted you 3 weeks before and brought the issue about the tax levy and all of that stuff up, but you didn't say anything to anybody. You didn't mention it to anybody. I'm frustrated because you operate in this non-transparent, clandestine way just to make sure that you have some got you moment. You know, that's really not necessary. I think we could accomplish more as a town board if we discuss things together and not just have like these moments that you're trying to, you know, get us or get somebody or make somebody look bad. What you should have did, by the way, you said all of this while you were speaking about transparency, which I think Councilwoman Howitt brought it up. She said, you're the one that wasn't being transparent. So it's just not necessary. These got you moments that you're always seeking. You know, I'm frustrated when you tried to return $900,000 in taxpayer money in a grant, you know, where you're calling the health department to try to get them to rescind the money from the town that we spent, you know, 10 years ago. I mean, these are the things that I don't think are necessary. I think we could all discuss things and have an open conversation. And we did have a conversation here. And I voiced my opinion that I'd rather see the fees on water consumption, because I think the example that I made was that, you know, you have people that are snowbirds and older people. Maybe they used to have a house full of kids, and now all the kids grew up and they left. So if you're taxing a house, if you're collecting a tax for their water consumption based on the amount of bedrooms they have, and those bedrooms are empty, then it wouldn't be fair to them either. It is a complicated issue. You're absolutely right. You're wrong when you said we didn't discuss it. We did discuss it. Maybe it wasn't to the great detail that you wanted, but we're working on it. The other thing is you know, and you throw this out all the time. Explain specifically what closed-door conversation I had about water that you just said. You threw it out there. You said they're having these closed-door conversations. Again, the got you moment, the feeble attempt to like try to paint some picture, but you never give us any examples. So please give me one example right now of when I had a closed-door discussion about water.
All right.
No. Please give me an example.
You talk about.
Exactly.
You're not giving me a chance to speak.
But, listen, please lower your tone. We're just having a conversation.
Well,
you
give
don't
it-
like
give
being
me- give-
criticized,
no,
right? I'm sorry.
I like criticism.
I'm speaking in a low, even, calm tone. and I'm asking you questions. You're the one raising your voice. Go ahead.
All right, first of all, let's separate the discussion. There's the tax issue and there's sewers, two very different issues, although sewer does involve taxes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe the question was, please explain to me specifically an example of when I had a closed-door conversation about water that you said I was having. I'm still waiting for that answer.
I heard
Because there is no answer.
there
I'm
is,
sorry,
first
go
of all, you talk about water consumption. We have absolutely no idea what the total water consumption will be because the way some peak skill residents pay on water consumption and some don't. For example, we have two similar type commercial uses in town. One pays based on water consumption. The last bill was either $13,000 or $15,000 a year for its water consumption. It's a major water user. The other facility, which is similar, but don't ask me to compare the square footage in rooms, doesn't pay based on water consumption. They pay on taxes. They pay like $3,300 a year in taxes. Two very similar types of facilities, right? No one has gone through and crunched the numbers to see what water consumption would be. No one. So you're saying, let's do it on water consumption. I'm fine with that. Okay? Create the district. There are other reasons to create the Peekskill Consolidated District
But
that have
Susan,
nothing
can I
to
give you
do
the-
with
can
levying
I-
a tax.
can I
Let
gi-
me also
Now,
ask.
let me give you the reason why not, though, because
I still haven't heard an answer
that's
to my
okay.
question.
There is none, Sergio. But
There
let-
are
let-
answers.
let
There are
me-
lots
let-
of answers, but you
let me
can't
gi- let
discuss
me
it.
give let me give you the reason why, because you said exactly why I don't want to do it, because it's going to open the door in the future for someone to slap a tax on our residents. And I don't think it's a needed tax or an appropriate tax. And one of the things that I have mentioned to you, and it's not considered a closed door conversation when someone comes to me with a question, as you did, and I did mention to you that my goal would be to eliminate the tax part of that bill across the board for everyone. So it should just come from water consumption, and Dan is crunching the numbers. So it is a big project. This has been around for decades. This is not something that was created by this board, the board before it, or the board before that. This was created when all of these sewer districts were created, and some of them go back 50 years. So we are working it. I've already said we are trying to get all the information. We could bring it back to our work session. I think, though, we should move on for the sake of everyone in the audience that is here for
I
things.
have one comment before you.
And just
That's
let
a-
me answer
that's
the
one comment.
to Sergio's comment on the tax issue.
Still no
It-
answer to my question.
This had to be discussed in public, and the public had to know that the tax rate was calculated on incorrect information that did not follow what was stated in the budget.
And you received the information 3 weeks before last week's meeting, and you chose not in a non-transparent, in the most non-transparent way, you chose not to inform the board, so this way we could look into it. You didn't even call the accounting department to find out what the story was. No, you waited, you kept it private, you kept it a secret, right? And then in last week's town board meeting, you decide to get this, I don't know what you would call this gotcha moment. If it was an error, then it's an error. Okay, let's fix it. But if you had brought it to the attention of at least the department that's in question here, then maybe you could have had the answer before. You had 3 weeks to do it. You told nobody. You didn't act on it until that night when you were in front of the public, and you're looking for this. I don't understand why, Susan. I really don't. I really like you. I don't understand.
Glad you like
what
me.
I do. We always
Glad you
joke.
like me.
We always joke around. You know that. But
We're friends.
You could have, of course, you could have told us. You could have came to any one of us, and you could have said, hey, this is what I discovered. Somebody told, but you didn't. You waited 3 weeks. You sat on it for 3 weeks. You did nothing with it for 3 weeks. Then you brought it up. You said 3 weeks. I didn't say 3 weeks. You brought that up. And then you're trying to say that we're having like private conversations. We know what the open meetings law is. We try to abide by the open meeting law as much as anybody else. And so I don't know what private conversation we had. If I have a conversation with you, it doesn't violate the open meetings law as long as no other town board members. You know that better than I do. You have to have at least 3 because that's quorum. So we are allowed to talk. You and I discussed solar on a number of occasions. Did we violate the open meetings law? No, we were alone. It was you and I. So, throwing out this stuff that,
we're having these private conversations and holding on to information that could have actually benefited the town. We would have been a week ahead of this instead of now, we would have been more than a week ahead of it because you found out 3 weeks before last week. That's a month. So you let a month go by before, we got any information on it. These are the things that I'm just saying, it's not necessary. We should be working together, and that's not conducive to a working relationship, those kinds of actions. And that's all I have to say. Pat, you said you had something to say?
I have one quick
Yeah.
comment.
Go
And
ahead.
Susan, it goes back to what you read about this board, this board, we ignore it. I've been here a year and a half now, and this sewer problem goes back to when you were a supervisor, when you were a councilwoman. So this has been going on. I agree with Ed. I'd much rather take our time and do it right and make sure that all the residents get charged the appropriate amount. Not just try to gotta get it done. I agree with Ed. I'd rather do it slow and steady and make it done right.
And if you read the column on Susan Siegel for Yorktown.com, you'll say that we need to create the Peekskill District by the end of June, by June 30th. It has to go into the assessment roll. We could discuss how to finance it between now and October when the budget comes out. There is lots of time, and there's a tremendous amount of number crunching that has to be done based on hard data. We do not have the data now, all right? So the assumption is being made, let's do it on water consumption, and I'm saying we don't know what the water consumption is. We don't know what the rate will be. And if that works out, I'm fine with that. But there are other reasons why the Peekskill, the consolidated district, has to be done, because that's the way to get control of all the expenses. You can't assign a water consumption rate for Peekskill until you know what the total expenses are. And now the expenses are spread out over 11 districts, all right? And one of the districts is, quote, transfer to YS. What does that mean? It's an arbitrary and capricious number, because we don't have a good sense of what the expenses are. So the rationale for creating the district is to consolidate all the expenses so we know exactly what they are, and the Halleck's Mill people, the 4,000 people in Halleck's Mill Sewer District, are not paying that, because all of the bills are paid for out of Yorktown Sewer, Halleck's Mill.
Understood.
That's not understood.
Thank you, Susan.
And,
But please,
also,
Susan, can
in
we?
terms of transparency, I just want to say that if I sent the tax information and raised my issue in an email to the town board, probably wouldn't have gotten any responses, because I would say that 95% of the emails that I send to this town board, I never get responses to. Thank you.
I still haven't gotten a response to a specific example as to how I violated the open meetings law and had these secret meetings. You have not
Oh,
answered
let's talk. Let's talk.
You have
All right,
not
you know what?
answered that.
No,
You know
we're
what?
going on with the agenda.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
For the record.
This is enough. This is
You can't throw things out there and just let
Sergio,
it be.
this is enough, please. And Susan,
for an answer.
well, we'll have the meeting, but once again, you just pointed it out. It's a complex thing. You also pointed out we started this when I first took over, because I understand that it's something that needs to be fixed. But once again, I'm going to get it fixed right. This is something that was ignored and ignored and ignored coming forward from many years back. And it's a bear. And we are going to get to the bottom of it. Dan is pulling the stuff. They're working with new people at Joint Waterworks, as I told you, because Cliff retired.
Minor point.
Well, it's not a minor point when you need the information. The information is the most important point. And please, whenever you disagree, it's a minor point that doesn't matter. It all matters, and we want to get it right. All right, proclamations. Sergio, here, thank you.
You want me to go first?
Yep,
All right.
and Mr. Strauss, as I know you are one person who definitely served. Dan, would you mind coming to the podium as we read Armed Forces Day? And then give that to Dan when you're done.
Sure. Proclamation, the 16th day of May, 2025. Whereas on Armed Forces Day, we pause to honor the men and women of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force. Every day, throughout our homeland and in the faraway regions of the world, our fighting forces valiantly safeguard our liberty, defend our borders, and support global stability through humanitarian missions and disaster relief operations. And whereas on Armed Forces Day, we celebrate those for whom patriotism is not a passive, lofty ideal, but a way of life that is measured by the unyielding commitment to serve this nation with valor, vigilance, integrity, and devotion to duty. It is not a day of recognition, but a lifetime of respect from a grateful nation. And whereas, throughout our history, America's armed forces have been sentinels of liberty and defenders of dignity, by keeping the flame of freedom burning bright, they have made our nation stronger and the world safer. And whereas we encourage all Americans to display the flag of the United States at their homes and businesses on Armed Forces Day, and urge citizens to learn more about military service by attending and participating in the local observances of the day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Edward A. Lachterman, along with the town board of the town of Yorktown, call for the observance of this day by exercise expressive of our recognition of the skill, gallantry, and uncompromising devotion to duty characteristic of the armed forces in the carrying out of their missions. Dan, this is for you, pal.
Thank you. I'll just say a couple of words. I wasn't born in this country, but I did serve, and I've been here a long time, and don't ever disrespect the American flag.
Thank you, Dan.
God bless you, Dan. Thank you. And this is the proclamation that we will have from our Memorial Day services, but I thought that reading it on TV is very appropriate and called for. So this will be a proclamation for the 26th day of May 2025. Whereas the last Monday in May is set aside to honor our fallen heroes who have answered the call of duty and made the ultimate sacrifice to maintain the security of our nation and the liberties we hold dear. And whereas since our first Memorial Day in 1868, we have honored the selfless service and sacrifice of those who have fallen in the line of duty and acknowledge a debt of gratitude beyond our capability to repay. And whereas we are grateful for the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen who died in the service of our nation, that we might continue to enjoy the freedoms we deeply cherish. And whereas on Memorial Day, as throughout the year, we honor and pray for our Gold Star families and show our respect for the sacrifice made by their family members in uniform. We encourage all to participate in appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs to demonstrate support and recognize the contribution of our fallen warriors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Edward A. Lachterman, along with the town board of the town of Yorktown, call for the observance of this day by reverently honoring those who have fallen in war and dedicated ourselves through prayer to the cause of peace, so that the day may come when we shall never have another war and never have another unknown soldier. Signed by me on behalf of the entire town board. Thank you. You have something from John?
I do.
All right.
It's called My Vow by John F. McMullen. It's 6 months, half a year, since my self-caused accident. In that time, I've had surgery, spent 5 days in a hospital, spent 100 days in a rehab facility, had 3 months of home therapy, and I still hobble around using devices. But soon I'll be going out of the house to therapy at my sports club and also exercising at home. I know that my 50 years of half-court basketball with jump shots and hard drives to the basket are long over. They were over before the accident. After all, I'm 85 years old. But I was a spry 85. So my vow is that by the anniversary of the accident on November 10th, I'll be a spry 85 or 86, walking around on only my own 2 legs and pre-accident cane with no walker, rollator, or wheelchairs. It's up to you to hold me to it. John's watching. John, speedy recovery, buddy.
Yes, John. Good luck. All right, we'll move to personnel. Accept the resignation received from Michael Stigell from the Highway Department effective May 30th, 2025. appoint Justin Flores to the position of motor equipment operator in the Highway Department. Authorize the town supervisor to enter into an agreement with U.S. Bencor Mid-America to direct payments into a 401A special pay plan. Approve managerial employees' request to amend Section 9 to enter into a 401A special pay plan for retirement or resignation termination. And just to give a little explanation to this, there is a plan that will actually end up saving both the employees that have unused time. They will be able to put that money into a 401A. The money will go in pre-tax. The town will actually benefit because we will not have to pay payroll tax. I'm sorry, not payroll tax. We will not have to pay Social Security tax or Medicare tax. So we'll save on that. The employee can then take it out at whatever rate they need, instead of, you know, some of our managerial employees who have been with us for many years might have large payouts, and it'll push them into a very high tax bracket. So this will give an opportunity to equalize that. It'll save everyone some tax money, and I think a great thing. So that is with that. We also have authorized a supervisor to execute a collective bargaining agreement with the Superior Officers Benevolent Association for 25 through 27, and this also will cover that for them. Authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with the Chief of Police for 2025-2026. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Sure, we could do we'll go into the police ones that we have. We had two to read in, and I will read these in. And whereas the town board recognizes a need for a clear and effective chain of command within the Yorktown Police Department to ensure public safety, organizational efficiency, and professional development within the department, and whereas the addition of a police captain position will provide essential leadership, oversight, and administrative support to the chief of police and enhance the operational effectiveness of the department, now therefore be resolved that the town board finds that creating this position is in the best interest of the residents of Yorktown and is necessary for the continued growth and professionalization of the police force. Further resolved that the start date of this position will be June 2nd, 2025. And I will state that this position is being taken from one of our lieutenant spots, will bump up to a captain spot. So we will not be adding another position into the town. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then be it resolved that James Graham is hereby appointed provisional as a police captain, job class code 0131-01, effective June 2nd, 2025, to be paid from Yorktown SOA salary schedule, which is $190,238 annually. And be it resolved that this appointment is subject to a probationary period of not less than 12 nor more than 52 weeks, commencing on the first date of appointment on June 2nd, 2025. Have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Captain Graham.
Congrats.
All right, so we will now open the floor to public comment. Please remember to introduce yourself. You do have 3 minutes, but you do not have to wait for public comment. It is not considered a closed-door meeting for you to come up to my office, contact anyone on the board, talk to us in the street, but all of our phone numbers and email addresses are available, as well as our town attorney and our department heads. So please feel free to bring your issues forward as needed. Mr. Kopstein?
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. I got 4 comments. First, when I moved up here in 1987, the police department did have a captain. It's not a new position. We're refilling the position we had in the past.
Actually, the town board several years ago abolished that
You know,
position. So
we're
there was-
reinstating it. And congratulations to Captain Graham. That's
you.
first. Secondly, on taxes, I'm surprised you didn't bring it up, Supervisor. Several months ago, I brought to your attention the issue on the taxes, both the levy and the rate, and the budget. We had a nice discussion. You explained it all to me. All of that information, especially in the budget, is available online. All you have to do is go online to the website and look it up if you have an interest. If you don't have an interest, then you don't look it up. Third, the police department effected an arrest for a graffiti incident, and they did it rather quickly. Also, I'm sorry you didn't bring it up with a good job that was done. Unfortunately, based on current New York law, we can't identify the miscreant, but so be it. And finally, on the negative side, you and Councilmember Esposito spoke about a new business. Not going to mention the business's name, something I've brought up in the past. The business is located on a site that's in violation of its site plan and has been so for over a year. That business has erected initially 1, now there are 7 signs up on that business as I drove by coming here, and I could almost guarantee there isn't a permit for a single one of them. And I expect you to comment on how a business can be unpenalized after operating unlawfully for over a year. Thank you.
Come on up, Hal.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Board. My name is Howard Gould. I'm a 26-year resident of Yorktown, the great town of Yorktown. I'd like to propose possibly a recommendation of the sign that you see behind you. And I wonder if it's possible in 2028 to make a little slight change on it. Shocking, isn't it? Change it from progress with preservation, but add to it, say, progress with preservation and public health. It's just an idea. And also, I like to give out prayers to former President Biden about his recovery from prostate and bone cancer. And the reason I'm mentioning it, too, is because men, we should be catching it early, because you catch it early, it can be resolved, and if you miss it, you're in for, you can't do anything about it, so it's very important. Today is May 20th, so let me say something good. I want to wish my favorite singer, I don't know if you're fans of her, it is Cher's 79th birthday, so let the beat goes on, anything could be done. Sonny and Cher, yes, the beat goes on, and she's getting awards left and right, and I love her. Too bad Alexander has her, and he's a lot younger than me, also more successful. Anyway, let me get on. Next, this is a grading of traffic. You saw this yesterday, and I made you laugh.
Yeah.
This is I got to face you, but they'll see. This is what I call, and you didn't see this yet, Ed. You'll like this. Oh, good, I got some time. But I don't want to waste time. I'm being a little funny today. Anyway, I made myself laugh. Okay, so you'll like this, Susan. You won't think about Suze after you hear this or see this. This is worse than the sewer system. Anyway, okay, I'll make it fast. This is perfect traffic. I would love to see perfect traffic in Yorktown. First of all, what can residents do? I know you're doing a lot. I know Mr. Slade is doing a lot. And I know Hawkman's doing a lot. What could we do? This is what Yorktown's traffic looks like now. Do you see that? F traffic. And they want to build only one entrance and exit. That's number one. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. I would
Thanks,
yield
Howard.
my time, but there's no time to yield. Thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Good evening, Larry Killian, Yorktown Heights. At the April 15th Town Board meeting, 55 minutes and 30 seconds in, I raised the question about the tax error for the first time. Go back and look at the video. I asked why our taxes went up 7.4% when they were supposed to go up 6.6. And I want to, and hearing nothing in response to my question, and I didn't know at that time, I did go to Susan to ask about that. So let's be clear about something. When you do your tax rate on the for the adopted budget, by law you have to use the September 15th assessed value. And that makes sense because that's the most recent, that goes to the state. Instead, you use to the dollar the assessed value from March of 2024. In a normal year, that would have made no difference. But a month later, there was a 1.1 million reduction in assessment from the JV Mall. So those numbers were all wrong. So what really needs to be done, there's a bunch of wrong numbers that were given to the press, and I am asking for you to correct them. So on page 9 on the adopted budget, the assessed value is wrong, assessed value changed, the budgeted tax rate, and the tax rate change. The assessed value graph on page 10 and the implications for taxpayers on page 11 were also wrong. And in the section of the budget when you talk about budget-to-budget implications, that reduction in assessed value also should have been listed. So when I looked at my tax bill, it said $178, and I knew it was supposed to be $106. So I think that this information needs to be corrected and shared with the media. And also, we're doing an explanation of how that rate went from 176 to 178. Thank you.
Good evening, Mark Lieberman. Currently on Wells Street, and over the weekend I'll be moving to Independence Court.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. So several towns are talking about the Project Maple, which I brought up about 6 months ago. And most people in the town know that there's a pipeline, a gas pipeline that runs through the town. It's the Algonquin gas pipeline. And Project Maple wants to replace existing pipelines, add new secondary pipelines, and expand compressor stations throughout the system's route. I would like you, at least on a semi-annual basis, to update the town on this major project if it goes through. Other towns are doing such. Last time I brought it up, you had a very curt remark saying we need gas. That's not the answer to that request. The other thing I'd like to say is, given it's Armed Forces Day and Memorial Day coming up, and this is really not a town issue, but it's quite terrible that the Secretary of Defense is now minimizing the value of women in service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Good evening, Sarah Wilson, Yorktown Heights. Obviously, tonight we've talked a little bit about Armed Forces Day, about Memorial Day coming up, and I've, over the past several years, more and more of our residents have been displaying the American flag. I've talked about this on other occasions as well. I know Mr. Strauss goes around noticing all the litter in town. I go around and I notice the condition of some of the American flags that are flying here in town. With the holiday coming up, this is the last town board meeting before Memorial Day. People will be displaying the flag, right? The flag needs to be at half staff on Memorial Day. The flag code requires that if a flag is going to be displayed 24 hours a day, it needs to be illuminated at night. We have so many examples where the flag is not illuminated at night at people's homes. Flags shouldn't be displayed when weather's inclement. I mean, after these winds in the spring winds, there are flags that are in tatters. I mean, you look at something like the Argonne Rose Brewery, and it's just horrendous wrapped around the flagpole. On Ridge Street, there was an example of an Irish flag and an American flag on side-by-side posts. They were in tatters. It's just horrible to see. The flag shouldn't be, when it's displayed on a float in a parade, there are rules around how that's done. During the Holiday Lights Parade, I've seen, lights to commemorate the flag, draped over a hood of a car. Not appropriate. Not appropriate as clothing. The flag shouldn't touch anything beneath it. And, I've seen on my, Gomer Street where I live, a flag stuck in a stone wall, touching the stone. Totally disrespectful. Flag shouldn't have any images on it. I've seen examples of where the image of a person is superimposed on the flag, and that's flying outside homes. Very disrespectful. So just want to remind people, it's great to fly the flag. As I mentioned last meeting, right? I'm married to a veteran, but we need to do it in a respectful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah, for bringing that out to
Thanks
everybody.
for reminding us about these rules.
Hi, good evening, Giamir Chandani. And I'll add, because I've noticed the Irish and American flags also, the American flag is supposed to be superior to any other flag floating in its proximity. So just very, very briefly, a couple of meetings ago, it was mentioned about the vendor list coming off of the town website. And Ed, I think you actually misspoke. I think you had mentioned, at least as I heard it, as a cybersecurity issue. So just as a point of clarification, based on the description that I heard, it's actually not a cybersecurity breach where unauthorized access was gained to some database. As I understood the conversation, it was really a misuse of information. So just a point of clarification. And I mentioned that because as a business owner myself, I know a lot of, two questions. Number one, were the other vendors on that list notified of this scam that was perpetrated? I do believe that they should have been. If it was, if the information was misused, then we should definitely give a heads up to the other vendors. And then also in relation to that, provide some information. I know, many of us are chamber members. They should be notified as they're getting invoices, just as a protocol. They should be looking and making sure that if they're being asked to submit the payment to a different account to somebody new, they need to pick up the phone and call to make sure that they don't fall prey to such a scam. So that was just that on that issue. Quick question on the Underhill Farms project. I've been hearing and people are asking about the change of plans, as I understand, that are under conversation. As I understood it, that project was put in the overlay district because of its proximity to town. And I'm hearing scuttlebutt about the sidewalks are coming out of the plan, that there's changes being, so I just wanted some clarification around that, as well as the cost, the cost changes and overrun. I'm saying overruns. I don't know what the changes are, but I'd like some clarification around that. I had also heard that there was, my understanding is that we are going to apply for a grant through Senator Harkin's office. And I also heard and would like some clarification around where that money is going. Is it going back to the developer, or is it going back, as I believe it should be, to the taxpayers if there's going to be grant money coming back our way? So I just would like some clarification around that. Thank you.
Dan Strauss, 59-year resident. I want to thank someone who's been picking up litter in the Heights section. I haven't been able to move as quick as I used to, so I appreciate that. Just remember that Uncle G's is the driver in the Yorktown Heights district, and without Uncle G's, all of the other stuff will just go away. I'm more concerned about how the town looks. I know you're more concerned about all the businesses that come in, and I think in the long run, it's how the town looks that will flourish. Underhill Farm. If you'd have spent as much time on sewers as you did on that, and as much time on many other things, this town would be in a much different situation. You had 18 meetings at Underhill Farm. You remember that number? 18. Imagine if you had 18 meetings on sewers. That's been the driver. I love that term. Underhill Farms is the driver for the last 5 years in the town of Yorktown. That's all it's about. That's all it's about. And there are, oh, absolutely, Mr. Esposito. Absolutely. And you sat there in all of the planning meetings. They rubber stamped it. You gave it to them. They rubber stamped it. And I know Mr. Tegeter is in the back, and there you go. And there's still misinformation about Underhill Farms and stuff going around, but they are 4 stories. I didn't understand that. I thought it was 3 with parking underground. 4 stories, a mammoth asphalt jungle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
Good evening, board members. Ty is commemorating Memorial Day. I didn't intend for, it's not an actual flag, so I think I'm okay with that. I hope so, at any rate. Look, I don't want to belabor the issue about the tax rate.
Can you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. And the issue is really one of responsibility to the taxpayers. Councilwoman Siegel raised this issue May 6th, which is 2 weeks ago, not 1 week ago. And you really berated her for blindsiding you. And I don't know the details, so maybe you're right about that. I don't know. But you had a couple of weeks now to look into it, and I'm a little surprised that, Supervisor, you didn't bring it up in your report, because it really is a matter of substance to people, whether they're paying 6.6% or 7.5% or whatever the number is, and to have figured out like why the issue happened, and to provide an explanation of how we're going to avoid it in the future. No one expects you guys to pull out your slide rules and figure this out yourselves, right? So this is not about blame about like why is the number wrong, but like why is the number wrong, and how do we make sure that, you know, going forward the number's not wrong, because people have the right to know, you know, what their tax rate really is. And the other thing is, you know, about Councilwoman Siegel, a number of people have come to me and said, you know, the way the board treats her isn't right. They're always bullying her, and I'm sure that that's not intentional. I also understand that she's a political adversary, but she was elected. She's entitled, I think, to the same courtesy and the same professionalism that you accord each other. And I've been to a number of these meetings now. I haven't seen you guys, you know, jump down each other's throats very often, but it often happens to Ms. Siegel, and I know that you wouldn't want the wrong impression that, you know, there's any misogyny involved. So please just, you know, bear that in mind, because people are watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Motion to close courtesy of the floor.
Motion.
Second.
Can I just say one thing before we go further? We forgot to mention something. We forgot to mention the Rochambeau Festival that happened this past weekend, and it was actually a real great event. I just wanted to get that out there before we get any further into the meeting. And what I did tell them is General Rochambeau and General Washington came to me. They decided to move to Yorktown. So they had a problem with the billing department, so, you know, we're trying to square things away, but they'll be moving here soon. But it was a great event, and the way history came alive was unbelievable, and Lynn Briggs did a fantastic job.
All right, so we'll start up the top. Jay, thank you, for the comments about the captain. We are reinstating. I think Jim Graham is an excellent choice for that, and we really want to, get that going. And they did great work on the graffiti case. I know I've spoken about it a couple times. We're on the news with it, and there's no lack of praise for our men and women in blue every day, and the job they do. So, I will give kudos again. It was really a team effort, and I will share with you that on Wednesday our detective was being honored for another case that started a couple of years ago, where someone OD'd, and he was able to track down the dealer in that case, and it ended up as a federal crime, and the feds took it over. But he was awarded for his detective work at that time. And at the end of the ceremony, he was told by the chief that he could spend the rest of that time with his family and go home. And his comment was, I can't. I have a hot lead on the case, and I need to go run it down. And the next day we had the arrest. So really great police work, dedication, all of our men and women. So, but thank you for pointing that out. I will point that you said a business has been operating, unless you mean the building itself, for a year. Okay, well, yes. So I did not notice the new signs. I'll go by and look. I did go through the front and out the front. I sort of drove over to Caramount, and I will go check it out. But I do know that they have sign permits for the exterior signs at the restaurant. The lit up signs for the businesses, and they have a grand opening banner up right now. So, okay, but Jay, we can yes, that one I spoke about. But I will go through again. I'll take a ride over tomorrow with our code inspector, and we will go talk to them. Howard, thank you for the PSA on the prostate cancer, and happy birthday to Cher as well. Let her know, and I'll tell her. I'll vouch for how good of a guy you are. Maybe she might want to look to you, since she likes. There you go. And we are there are things working on the traffic every day. Unfortunately, most of our congestion is on state roads, and our state roads are thoroughfares, and people come through from different areas, and we will continue to approach those every time a project comes into town to see what could happen to expand upon that and increase our flow of traffic through those areas. Larry, if you have your notes, I will give those to the assessor, who I did speak to. I had asked if she could be here today, which unfortunately she couldn't, but she will come and talk about those issues. So that is really where we are. Is Larry still here? Or did he? Oh, thanks, Larry. If you could get me those, I would appreciate it. The drop was the assessment at the mall. I think that it has something to do with the deadlines, the budgets, and getting approval back from the state when everything's there. But as someone pointed out, I'm not going to pull out my slide rule. It's not my ballywick, and we'll make sure we get to. We'll have her finish up that presentation. Mark, Project Maple. I think the last time you spoke about it, you just asked me to outright say no and speak against it, and I did not think that was appropriate at that time, and we will keep you posted as things progress. As you pointed out, there really hasn't been much progression, but I will try to put that on a tickler to make sure that we're looking at that. And I do still think we need gas. So natural gas is there. Sarah, for the flags, thank you. One thing, on Memorial Day, the flag stays at half staff until noon, and then it actually gets raised back up. It doesn't stay the full day. So we mourn those that were lost, and then at noon we raise it and celebrate the freedoms that they sacrificed for. Maybe we could put something on the website on flag etiquette, so we get there. I know that the American Legion has something, and we could probably just grab it and put that over. But yes, I unfortunately had to replace 6 flags this year between my house and my mother-in-law's house because of the winds. So I know what you mean there. Jan, yes, thank you. I think I had said it was the cybersecurity personnel who brought it up to us about having the list, not a cybersecurity issue. The problem that they've really been using is they have been tagging them into the conversations and utilizing our planning board or planning director to try to get, because he, of course, puts out the permits from planning, and they're trying to get the funds that way. We actually do quite a bit of scam information. Our police department, actually, the last time that we had it was Dan Curtis, one of our local boys who's a detective now, and he did something over at Trump residences off of Barger, and we will keep moving those. Matter of fact, we're looking to do something that'll stay and live on the website. Tom is looking at that, the active shooters, so we're programming those out and working on those. And Jan hit some great points. If you get an email that says, click on this, pay this, you know, they're getting very sophisticated, just looking for you. I think I get about 4 a day right now. That's it. I get bills for Norton Security. I get things to click on this for, you know, for your web service. It's just absolutely crazy. So be careful. If you don't know them, call them, and don't call the number they give you. Call the number on the back of your card. Whoever handles your accounts. Please don't fall for that. It is really, really a problem. Oh, and Sergio, can you reach out to the people that own Darragon Rose and see if they can get that flag down?
I can reach out to them, no problem.
Thank you. As for the 118, sidewalks are staying. They're not going anywhere. So, 2 of the crosswalks may disappear if the state deems them unnecessary. The possibility of grant money, it was raised that if the state does want us to do certain things, such as the telescoping light pole that they would like, that we would want them to pay for it. DOT has turned us down, but the elected officials that were in on the conversation have said, look, if we could find grant money, we'll find grant money. And the appropriateness of that is if they say, we're going to give you grant money for the light pole, whoever pays for the light pole should get that money back. One of the things that we have said is that we have a hard stop number, and we don't go above that. So any overruns, anything like that, that will be handled by the Unicorn Contracting. We are not going to be on the hook for any of that. Otherwise, I don't need them. So we've been very, very intense with them on that. Dan, I don't know who's picking up the trash. You didn't mention the name, but thank you, whoever's out there helping you out. Uncle G's is a great driver, and I think it was one of the things that jump-started things in the Heights District. I think also talking to business owners, any and all of the new housing projects are also great motivators there. They bring people in, they help move things along, and you need both. You need the balance of stores for people to shop in, and people living here to shop in the stores and eat in the restaurants, and that's what we've been trying to achieve. And we're nowhere near done yet, and we will keep working. One thing I will say, unfortunately she's not here. I think she's trying to get up here because the ceremony ended. But Luciana had a conversation with me the other day about trying to set up sort of a beautification zone for our commercial districts. So look forward to that, because I told her we will definitely get it on a work session and start to get something on, get a plan in writing and on paper that will help with those areas. And then I hate to tell you, and I think Susan could probably agree with me, we have had way more than 18 meetings on sewers, especially for Halleck's Mills over the years. This goes back when Lonnie was the supervisor, Michael Grace, Matt, just through and through, Tommy, myself, and I think it started with Michael because that's when we got the moratorium lifted. So we've had more than 18, and it'll take a lot more. The unfortunate thing is over the years, and this is the one thing I try to say, let's get the projects done as we can. A project that went from probably being around $12–13 million is now about $52 million. And we need to keep moving that along and start getting shovels in the ground. And that's my idea, to utilize what we have now, break it into phases, start phase 1, and get as much done as we can moving through. And then, you know, the process that went through with Underhill starting back probably in 2020, and they still have been coming through. I wouldn't call that a rubber stamp. I think our planning department, whether I agree with everything they do or not, is doing a great job. But my thing is, it's not my, once again, not my expertise. I now purposely stay away from the meetings because I don't want to influence. I do watch on TV, but they're an independent board, and I have a lot of confidence in the job they do and what they bring to the table. Speaking to any of the people that have been coming in on projects, there's no such thing as a rubber stamp around here. They go through the ringer, and people are very nervous about going through planning because they know everything is highly scrutinized. And then Michael, you know, you don't know the details, you said before. If you go back to the meeting, you'll see the details where things were just sprung out. And that's, as Sergio pointed out, that's not conducive to getting anything fixed. As for bullying per se, and I think you also used, you know, another phrase that's skipping my mind right now, but just recently, as this meeting and in many meetings, I've jumped down Sergio's throat today, Luciana's. I haven't had to with Patrick. But sometimes we need to get focused. And it's not fair for us to be up here bickering and going over BS that is a conversation with someone. And if sometimes someone needs to be asked to move on, so be it. And, you know, I'm unapologetic about people wasting your time. And that was my point today when I was going at both of them to say, let's get focused and let's move on. So hopefully we could move on. John.
You want to comment?
No, you can comment. I don't have a lot to say.
Okay, let me just kind of go through some of this stuff. Okay, Jay, on the Keir Street project, on your issues, the supervisor said he will look into the sign issue. That's a code enforcement issue. But the more serious and underlying problem is what you said about the ongoing violation. When the planning board approved the project probably about a year ago, they wanted the HVAC equipment, thank you, put on the roof. That was very, very clear. They had countless discussions about that. The developer, on his own, put the equipment on the outside of the building. The planning board, some of the members were aghast by that, and they said, no, it goes on the roof. And that's what they had a vote, and they said, no, the equipment should go on the roof. You have to remove it. What happened after that is the town board basically undercut the planning board and said, you can go ahead, get your CO, all right, and just put up a bond, for the possible relocation of the equipment onto the roof, all right? And now the owner is coming before the planning board and saying, please amend my site plan and let me keep the illegal placement that I made, okay? That's the issue now, and that's going to be before the planning board, and it undercuts what the planning board did and the countless meetings that it had. This is not going to be a town board issue. It's a planning board issue. And if you're concerned about that, then I urge you to go to the planning board and make sure that when they discuss the amendment, that they hold a public hearing, because it's a very gray area when the planning board wants to have an amendment for a site plan or subdivision plan. Sometimes it's very minor, and they just review it and say, okay, no problem, we'll just pass a resolution. Sometimes it's a more major kind of a change, and then they say there should be a public hearing where the public comes to talk, right? And basically, the planning board just makes the decision by itself. So I urge you, if you're concerned about that, about upholding what the planning board said and what it decided, that you follow that issue. Larry, I think the issue about the tax, the problem with the tax thing, is one of acknowledging that an error was made. I think that's the important thing. We all make mistakes, but we all have to say, okay, I made a mistake, I'm going to fix it. I don't think we can reprint the budget, okay? But we have to know going forward to next year to be more careful, with those numbers. Mark, Project Maple, I don't know anything about it. And if the supervisor has gotten information, I would hope that he would have passed it on to the council people.
Susan, while you hope, I have not gotten any information. Mark brought it up at a meeting. I have not been following Project Makeable because it hasn't gone anywhere.
So has the town board so then...
You were at the same meeting Mark brought it up. You know as much as I do.
But have you gotten any information?
No.
I don't know, because I know when I was supervisor, you get tons and tons and tons of information, and it has to go on to the board members. Jan, thank you for clarifying that cyber issue. I think what you said made sense. The reason I brought it up was I was concerned that a practice for 16 years of putting the town's expense reports and vendor reports online so that anybody could see them without having to go through the rigmarole of filing a FOIL request was taken down. And the reason given was the cyber issue, and what you're saying is it really wasn't a cyber issue. On Underhill Farms, one of the major changes, it's not sidewalks, but as the supervisor said, it's a change in the pedestrian crosswalks. When the planning board discussed this project and when it approved it with the support and acquiescence of the developer, okay, there was supposed to be crosswalks on all four corners. Not just the crosswalk, but also the pedestrian traffic lights. That was part of the planning board's approval, and all of that had been discussed with the DOT before the approval was made. When the town board went out to bid and had to go out for a second bid because the cost of the project was coming up more than what they had anticipated, they put the crosswalks in as an optional thing, and it was the town board's decision, okay? Well, I shouldn't say the town board because I never knew about those specs. That was, again, a question of transparency and what gets discussed that doesn't get discussed here at a table at an open meeting. The town board reduced it to two pedestrian crosswalks. They're saying the DOT has to approve that. It's the planning board that wanted that, and it's the town board in its bid specs that has changed the requirement. So let's not do that. And also in terms of the traffic light and the poles, the town board those specs have already been approved by the DOT. The award has already been given for that. So I don't see why the type of pole becomes an issue now. And I agree with you that if we get funding from Senator Harcum, any money, whether it's $1, $100,000, whatever, it should go back to the taxpayers, and it should go into the general fund to reimburse the town and the taxpayers for the $550,000 that they are paying for that project. Just to clarify the 18 meetings and the sewer issue, the supervisor is correct. We've spent lots of time discussing the Halleck's Mill Sewer Extension District, but we have not spent the time discussing the consolidation of the Peekskill districts. It's a totally different issue. It's apples and oranges. And the supervisor has been, I was supervisor in 2010, okay? I didn't know about that problem. And I think some of the problem came to my attention many years later when the former town engineer talked about the confusion that I wasn't even aware of. And I'm still learning confusion. I learned just last week in talking to the town engineer that there's one sewer district that doesn't pay any sewer taxes. Came as a total surprise to me, and that's probably why I talk about 11 sewer districts and he keeps talking about 12. But if you look at the budget, there are only 11. No one's paying taxes on that one. Michael, I have to thank you for your comments about me, but anyone who has known me for the 55 years I've been following town affairs, I've got a very thick skin, so I don't mind what they say, okay? Sometimes I say the things that have to be said that no one wants to say. So thank you, but it's really not necessary. And I will continue doing what I do because I think these are important issues. The issues I like to talk about are the issues that aren't being discussed, sometimes because they're difficult issues, sewers being one. Taxes are an unpleasant issue. We don't talk about that. There are so many issues. I've got a running list at home on issues that I think we should be talking about. I can't talk about everything at one meeting, but I will continue to bring them up. Thank you.
Go ahead.
We'll go right down. Yeah, so the only thing, I'll make it quick. You know, Michael, we sit up here. I appreciate your opinions and everything, but when you read a letter that basically attacks this board, you just spent the last 10 minutes talking about your comments, and it's all directed at this board. You're part of this board. And you're trying to make a divide into it, and Michael thinks it's bullying. It's not bullying. We're entitled to defend ourselves. We're entitled to do that. You know, this sewer goes back when Susan was a supervisor, when she was a councilwoman. She could have fixed it, but it's this board that ignored it. It's not this board. I want to do it right. I want to take my time and do it right. And I'm entitled to, I take offense to it when I'm bullied. If you know me, I'm far from it. Far from it. But I'm going to defend myself. And I'm not going to sit here and let Susan read a paper about me. I've been on the board for a year and a half. And I'm not going to let her do this and then, imply that we're not doing our job. We're doing our job. And we're going to do it right, and we're going to do it methodical, and we're going to get things done right. I'm not going to sit here and do this. She was the one that called Albany. Just so everybody out there knows, she called Albany to get $900,000 from our taxpayers' money to get clawed back, because we only turned the fluoride on for 1 month. That was her rationale. She went up there to do that. And Michael, you put something in the paper. That's responsible government? That's not responsible government. That's our taxpayer money. That's our taxpayer money. And she didn't like the outcome of the fluoride, so she did everything in her wheelhouse to get the taxpayers to pay almost another $1 million back. That's not responsible government. And I'm not going to sit here and take let her attack me when she's reading these papers, and everything is attacked at this board. All of her comments for the last 10 minutes were attacking this board. And I'm not going to put up with it.
Howard, my dad had prostate cancer, and I get tested frequently. You really gotta follow up on your PSA, and keep track of it. My dad caught it early. It was 1998. He was deemed free of cancer in about 2010. Some of the best news I've ever heard, and he is with us today, and he's 89. So, knock on wood. You got that right, Lonnie. So, you're absolutely right. There has to be awareness for it, and especially if it's in your family. I don't know who doesn't have some form of cancer in their family. I always find those questions hysterical on medical exams. But you're absolutely right, and thank you for raising awareness to it. But my dad caught it early. His PSA was 4.8 when we caught it, and he's doing well. So it's really important. Mike, Michael, I get what you're saying, but when Ms. Siegel, Councilwoman Siegel, offers her opinion, and it's a critique, and I respond, then I'm bullying. I mean, I think I have the right to be able to respond. And as a matter of fact, tonight, you failed to mention that when we were having our discussion, which was lively, I will say that, it was Councilwoman Siegel who raised her voice. And I actually, you could go back on the minutes, I actually said, why are you raising your voice? I'm speaking in calm, even tone. But you failed to mention that. And I understand she's a political affiliate of yours. So, you have to defend her, I guess, because you said that we're political adversaries, and I don't think we're adversaries at all. But she's your affiliate, so I understand you have to defend her. And it was, I think the tax number was 7.4, not 7.4, not 7.5. As far as, Underhill Farms, I believe the 2 crosswalks were in phase 2. We had 3 phases of the traffic improvements. Phase 1 was very minor. They were going to do some striping. They were going to put up a traffic light. They were going to put up a crosswalk past Underhill Farm by Rochambeau. Phase 2 was the project that we decided to move forward with, and phase 3 was, I believe, it was the additional arms for the traffic lights at the intersection of 118 and Underhill Avenue. It was the DOT, when everything was submitted, that turned back and said, we'd like to see this, and this. And those were portions of phase 3 that were now being mandated by DOT to be in our project, which wasn't what we really were putting out to bid for. Now, I have to check it out to make sure that that's 100% accurate, but that was the circumstance. The DOT came back to us and said, hey, thank you for doing this. This is fantastic. We also want this, and that. And that's what kind of threw everything into a tailspin. So now we're asking DOT if they really need those portions of phase 3. And that's where it's going from 2 intersections, 2 crosswalks to 4 crosswalks, okay? And the what is it called? The boom light? What's it called?
Yeah, the boom arm.
The boom arm. It was actually Ed that renegotiated the deal, because all of this, the prices came back in way above what the highest estimate we thought was going to be, despite it being looked at multiple our own traffic people and their traffic people. And it was Ed that actually renegotiated the deal and put in the clause where it's a hard stop at the number that we already had agreed with. That intersection has problems. Everybody knows that. And that intersection isn't all the issues that are going to be there and that are there now isn't caused just by Underhill. So we're trying to get them to mitigate what they're putting into it, and they're doing more than that as well. But again, I will reiterate, it was Ed that negotiated and said, hey, I don't think it was much of a negotiation. It was more like, because they came back, they said, how much more can the town put in? And Ed said, no more.
Yep.
And he said, yeah, but can you put more? No, you can't. And as the chief executive of the town, he has every right to speak to them about that. As far as the Keir Street building, he's coming back for site plan amendments. We did put a bond on him because he wasn't compliant. I think he should have a fine, but in order to, and I spoke to John Tegeter about it, in order to get a fine and stuff like that, you have to, it has to go to court, and the actual court has to put the fine, impose a fine on it. I'm thinking maybe if somebody comes back for site plan amendments, or if they're significant enough, we have another application fee or something like that. Something that's going to hit them in their pockets a little bit, for non-compliance or something to that degree. But an applicant does have the right to come back for site plan amendments. Matter of fact,
Happens
though.
all the time.
A lot, though.
It happens all the time. It happens on every project. No project goes in, and no project stays there and says, okay, good, here's the original site plan, and everything is exactly perfect. It just doesn't happen that way. Now, he hasn't been in compliance. I spoke to him. I actually sent Mr. Tegeter some information that I got from him because I'm trying to get to the bottom and I'm trying to get it adjusted. He did make significant improvements downstairs where he put the air conditioners where they don't belong. I think he did a great job. It was at his cost. I think it's in the planning board's hands, but he does have a right to come back. And I think when he comes back, the planning board's gonna look at what the roof looks like, because you do have 2 restaurants there now, and that equipment's on the roof where it's supposed to be. So I don't know how much room is up there. He might need that. There might not be enough room. There may be enough room. I don't know, but I'm curious to find out. And I'm looking forward to getting them on the agenda, so this way they could have a site plan and he can have his people there at his expense. At his expense. Susan, you made a comment to Ed that if he had any information about the Maple project, that he would pass it on. I agree with you, and I would have thought that if you had any information about the tax problem, you would have passed it on, but you didn't. So, you know, you criticize us for not being transparent, but you're not really being transparent either. I think we could all revisit our approaches when we're up here, and we could work together and really do something more beneficial for the town. And I've said this a million times already. This isn't the first time. But approach is very, very important. And I don't see anything here as bullying. I mean, we're having a conversation, and if we disagree on something, right away, people jump up. I've gotten a lot of feedback about people saying things that Susan's making the meetings longer. And I defend you. I say, look, she's speaking her mind. She's speaking a piece. I don't turn around and call her a bully. And Mike, I mean, this is like the 3rd or 4th time you keep bringing this up. Maybe it's a political thing. I don't know, but it's not working. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just very quickly, two things. You said on the Underhill, and you talked about phase 1, phase 2, and you said phase 3. You said you're not sure. You may not be accurate. Well, I would venture to say you are not accurate in your statements, and I'm just going to say that right now, and that could be subject to a further discussion with more review of planning board notes, because I disagree with the accuracy of what you said. And also on Keir Street, when the owners changed hands, the new owner did come in for a site plan amendment. He wanted to change the siding. Planning board reviewed it, no problem, he reviewed it. But he changed the equipment without the planning board's approval, and that's the
Here's
key
the difference.
issue.
Here's the difference between me and you, because at least I qualified myself initially before I made a statement where I said I may not be accurate, but I believe it's like this. You just blurt out statements and you say, hey, you know what? You guys are having closed door meetings with absolutely
Sergio,
no.
if you and Susan can pick this up
That's-
afterwards,
we're not gonna discuss
we're
it
done.
anymore.
We're done.
I think you're bullying me. I'm just kidding.
Please respond to my emails. I would really appreciate the feedback to all of the emails that
I do
send.
respond to you, though,
Ed
Susan.
responds, but I don't hear from anybody else. It's
All
like
right.
a void.
So we'll move on to public hearings. We have 2 decisions today.
Oh, I just want to say sorry that I'm late. My husband received an EMS Week life-saving award where you actually have to be, your heart actually has to stop and then be brought back to life, which I thought was pretty impressive. So that's where I was.
Congratulations.
It was pretty amazing.
I did explain why you are
I
here.
know, but I was very excited. There were a lot of people.
No, it's great. You should
Ken
have,
Jenkins says hi. And so does Rena and Terry from
Good.
the safety department.
very nice. All right, so adopt the SECRA and neg deck for proposed local law amending Chapter 300 accessory dwelling units. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, amend Part 3 of the EAF permitting the ADUs in single-family zones. So there's a slight amendment there. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hi, David.
I want to thank the Housing Board for his work in putting this together. I think this will be very helpful to all residents, but especially seniors who want to downsize and stay in their home and need the extra income
Yep.
from renting the
And I hope
unit.
Ken's watching, Ken Belfort,
Sarah
because
was
I know,
in
And
I know,
thank you. Sarah,
I know you work. I
Sarah's
know
the new
Sarah
chair.
did too. Ken though is also. I think Sarah was beating Ken to get him to move this stuff through, but that's But no, great work and thank you. I know. Did I see Maura in here today too?
Yes.
I think she's at Lakeland School Board.
Oh,
I
yeah,
hope.
at the board
Oh, I
meeting.
thought I saw her come
It's
in
too
before.
late. It's too
Okay.
late to go vote, but I think she's at the
Okay.
at Lakeland School
Well,
Board.
thank you all for your work, and I think it will be very helpful, and hopefully a few more people will be able to get that grant money. So we need to adopt local law number. I don't have the number here of 2025, amending Chapter 300, accessory dwelling units. Have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is that law? Is that law 10?
because we're waiting on two other laws that haven't been given.
To actually have the law numbered correctly.
All right. Yes, I do.
I'm sorry.
The laws need to go in number, so we can't.
So we're waiting for the prior two so that we can actually see where it lands in the number order.
All right, but can we pass the law?
No, we can
Yeah,
pass
yeah.
it. We just don't have a number.
That's just technical
All right,
stuff
next
for a
we'll move
number.
on to adopt the SECRA and NEGDEC for the proposed local law amending Chapter 300, Battery Energy Storage Systems, or BESS. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
No, I vote no on that. I
Opposed?
can explain my. Is this a vote on the law or just?
This is a vote on the SECRA and NEGDEC.
I'll vote no.
Okay. Adopt the proposed local law amending Chapter 300, Battery Energy Storage Systems, or BESS. Motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed. I'd like to explain why I'm voting no on this issue. It hasn't been an easy decision for me to reach. I've heard a lot of comments, both for and against the ban. After the public hearing, I spent the next day. I spent 2 hours observing, participating in a Zoom call that NYSERDA sponsored with a lot of safety experts who've been looking into this issue for many years. I think when I make decisions at the town board, there's some issues I'm familiar with. I kind of know the facts, know the background. They're easy. This has been a very difficult one because it's a totally new topic for everyone, and a new topic for me. I don't have a science background. So I try to go to the people who know the issue best, and those are the professionals who work in the field. All right? And listening to those professionals, both the ones who spoke at meetings here and also at the NYSERDA Zoom meeting, they have been looking into this issue for years. They have learned the systems, the best systems have changed. The equipment has changed over the years. I also heard that there's been a misunderstanding and misrepresentation about some of the issues on the Moss Landing battery fire, okay, that we're not always getting the accurate information. I think that they are looking into all the components, from the individual components to how the components are put together in the design. They're also looking at the construction of the entire system. They're looking at the way the monitoring systems work to alert us for problems. The fire code is being revised based on all these recommendations. But the point that was made very clear in these discussions is that we don't have to wait for the fire code to come out, because they don't update the fire codes, not even on every year. But they have ongoing recommendations that are updating it based on the latest scientific information based on hard analysis of what is happening. Two of their recommendations really hit home to me. One is the need for peer review of all of these plans, again, from the individual components to how they're designed to how they're constructed. Not the applicant's expert who comes in. We all have experience, trying to accept, or dismiss what an applicant's consultants say. These are independent, highly vetted professionals in the field that the town can use. And what they said was we should have a law that absolutely requires this third party vetting by the professionals who understand this. We also need a very robust management system that sends out alerts, a management system that is monitored by a human being. And when some buzzer goes off on a system, there's an immediate response to a system. These are recommendations that they have made based on all of the fires that they have analyzed. They also are in the process of reviewing some of what we call the bulk regulations, the setbacks, the size of the property, the zones it should be in, the height, and all of those restrictions. They're still working on that. Given all of that, I feel that it's inappropriate to do an absolute ban on these battery storage units. There's no question that we need them. We all know about the increased demand for energy, and we're struggling for how to do this, and we certainly don't want to build more power plants. So I think our law should be amended. It should be amended to take advantage and to incorporate the latest recommendations coming out of all of these experts, and we should constantly look at the law. It maybe is amended every 6 months if necessary, based on the new information as it becomes available. And we should look at things on a case-by-case basis and not do an absolute ban. There's one other point that was made at the public hearing and also was made at the NYSERDA Zoom meeting, and that's the need. We've talked about Tier 1, the small units in a house, and then Tier 2. The point was made there needs to be a middle ground, a Tier 3, and I think it was used, the example was used for auto supply stores that might need this kind of system. So those are the reasons why. Again, and it hasn't been an easy decision, but I think it's a decision that balances off and a decision that is based on what the experts are telling us. And I tend to listen to the experts. Thank you.
So, Susan, if I could just give a little more comment from my point of view. We had those discussions. I spoke to a lot of the same experts at NYSERDA. I went down to a presentation that they had a couple of weeks prior. Matter of fact, there were people from the state. George Latimer was there. There were a bunch of people there speaking about it. The bottom line, and I think you sort of hit on it, it is evolving, it is changing, and we could always revisit the law at a later date to say, do we want to include it based on new developments? I just am very, very cautious with our public, and I don't think it is a wise idea to say, hey, they're looking at it, because you know what? The January fire at Moss Landing, I think, was the 5th one since 2019. And every time, oh, we have it, we know what we need to do, we're good. And then there's another fire. And then we know what we need to do, and there's another fire. This one was a pretty major, it took out like 300 megawatts, I think. It was huge. And the pollution that spewed out of this, the fumes, I don't think that we want that here. And I think that it's, look, I like to be the leader in Yorktown. I don't want to lead us into a disaster. Let's wait until from my point of view, I'm not saying it's dead forever, but let's wait until the technology catches up to the safety, because I think that is much, much more important for our residents and the citizens of Yorktown, our homes, our businesses, our families, and we have to keep that in mind. So I've spoken many times about the needs. I think that New York State undercut us when they closed Indian Point without a plan, and we have to figure it out. But I don't want to figure out the state's issues at the expense of the town of Yorktown. So, but I do appreciate your comments and agree wholeheartedly that we should look at it, but I would rather ban it now and reintroduce it when the technology is where it needs to be.
We could look at it in 6 months as well. I mean, it's.
I think we should. We have
Okay.
learned that we have what I think four already in Yorktown, and we haven't had problems, as my mother would say, knock wood.
Knock
right?
wood.
But
And you and I had the conversation when we spoke about having a police officer here, and you said we haven't had a problem yet.
Don't
And
get,
I say I don't want to wait for the yet to then solve it.
don't get me started on that. No,
All right.
no reference to you.
So that was all. Was that all? Did I get through all of them? Okay. So we're going to convene a public hearing to amend Chapter 381.4, entitled Solar Power Generation Systems and Facilities. There's a notice. We have some letters.
And we received a couple more, so I'm going to give you mine.
Yep, thank you.
That is only on draft 2, so you know.
This is on draft 2.
This is what we're at, public.
Right.
There is one change. Draft 2 says for what we're all here for, the large scale, and I think there was a typo in the heading of that. It's large scale as an accessory use. I don't know if that was changed on the website. I think it's still there in the language. It's the heading for that section. I'm sorry, I don't have the section in front of me.
All right. So here's one from an Anthony Pilley, Yorktown resident. Resident of Yorktown, owner and operator of Solar Power Solutions, a company that develops and manages solar energy projects. I'm writing you today to respectfully request that the town board consider implementing a moratorium on commercial ground-mounted solar projects within Yorktown. As a solar developer with well over 15 megawatts of operation projects across 4 states in Northeast, I am a strong advocate for solar energy. I firmly believe in the technology and cost savings delivered from it. However, based on my firsthand experience, I have seen the benefits of prioritizing solar installations on what I consider to be productive assets. In other jurisdictions where my company operates, we have encountered local regulations that favor or even mandate the placement of commercial solar arrays on rooftops of buildings and over structures like carports. This approach, in my opinion, offers a more balanced solution and allows us to harness the power of the sun without rendering valuable land unusable for extended periods, often 20 years or more, solely for electricity generation. I believe that Yorktown, a community where I live and I'm raising my family, would similarly benefit from prioritizing solar development on productive assets. This approach maximizes community benefit by best utilizing underutilized space by preserving the aesthetics that Yorktown enjoys. Again, I urge the town board to consider a moratorium on ground-mounted solar projects to allow for a thoughtful discussion and a potential development of zoning regulations that prioritize commercial solar installations on rooftops, carports, and other similar structures. Okay. And I'm reading some of these that came in today because we really didn't have an opportunity to get those out there per se. And we have this one, the Climate Smart Community Task Force for the town of Yorktown, with a few members sitting here. They reviewed the proposed changes to the solar law, offer the following comments. They're in agreement with the changes initially proposed, Section 381.4, solar power generation systems and facilities related to setbacks and screenings in draft law version 1. They believe in the planning board basically to roll this out appropriately. Additionally, they recommend that to mitigate the visual impacts even further, the town should initiate a 2-step permitting process. The developer would be required to complete the installation of screening prior to being allowed to commence construction and installation of the solar panels and other equipment on the site. It's interesting. I would ask you to talk to a couple people to see if that's actually a feasible thing. And I know one is looking over at you right now with a thoughtful look in his face. So, Community Smart Task Force disagrees with the proposal in draft of law version 2 prohibiting the development of ground-mounted solar farms on residential property. This will effectively outlaw new solar farms in Yorktown, depriving the rights of the property owners in their land to use their land in this way. Not all residential parcels are well suited for housing development, installation, or installing ground-mounted solar in some of these carefully selected locations provides a renewable energy source with little to no demand or impact on town infrastructure, school enrollment, traffic, light pollution, etc., while providing wildlife corridors and pollinator plants. And while rooftop solar should be encouraged in both residential and commercial zones, the generating power is insufficient to meet the energy needs without the addition of efficient solar farms, preferably on already cleared land rather than forested sites. Thank you for that. I'm going to save this for after some of the others. So we have, this came in a while ago. This is county planning. They caution that continuing to require large-scale solar collection systems to be an accessory use within the commercial zones may impact the development of these important contributors to state and county's transition to renewable energy sources, especially since they would not be permitted within the residential zones. So they think that there are many uses within residential loans that may be appropriately host a large-scale solar array, and they would also like to see them on our commercial property, which we don't have a heck of a lot of commercial properties to utilize unless we're doing carports, so I'm a little concerned about that. Planning board, they talk about some of the different solar projects in town, and they do not feel that large-scale insulation should be banned from residential zones because every site is unique and measures are in place that can be strengthened or protect the residents from perceived negative impacts. We have a letter from May 13th from Cliff Davis. This is regarding the Dell Avenue farm, and he thinks that our proposed legislation is consistent with Westchester communities addressing detrimental impacts from large-scale solar facilities. He's basically in favor of the ban and has 4 or 5 pages of legalese letting us know that. Thank you, Cliff. And yes, he says it's also inconsistent with our comprehensive plan.
It's consistent.
Hmm?
Your law is consistent with
Oh, yes, but it's inconsistent to put the industrial large-scale solar on residential districts. So there's that. We had two.
I like your font.
We had two.
Right, the old school font.
Thank you. We had 2 petitions come in, one for, one against, with probably about the same amount of signatures. But there were people from all over that were signing it, some from Italy, Hawaii, Colorado, that may or may not be relevant to the town of Yorktown. Because one of the things I find is some people who are against this are not from against the ban, are not from our community. And I sort of have, I understand your choice for solar, but one of the biggest issues that we're sitting here looking at is, do these solar farms change the character of our neighborhoods? Because that is, in the essence, what the comprehensive plan begs us to look at. So this one I found to be very interesting. Dear members of the Town Board of Yorktown, my name is Tony Dvukaj. Thank you.
Dvukaj.
And I reside at 7 Nathalie Court. My family and I have lived adjacent to the proposed Agri-Hood development for the past 30 years. This development includes a 6-home subdivision, a public trailhead, and a large-scale ground-mounted solar installation. I have had several informative discussions with Mr. Colangelo regarding the specifics of this project, and he has clarified the anticipated changes and community benefits. Furthermore, I was present during the balloon testing and confirm that the ground-mounted solar panels were not visible from my backyard. I understand that that the currently heavily wooded area will benefit from additional screening to ensure a year-round visual obstruction of the solar ground mounts, which will also further screen the trail system. As a proponent of community solar, I believe it is preferable for such installations to be discreetly located rather than placed in highly visible commercial thoroughfares. My family and I fully endorse this project and respectfully request that you reconsider the moratorium to allow for well-considered projects like this to proceed within our community. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. I find this letter to be very strong. This is literally the backyard. I was there. I think they are the Pratt's neighbors. They are adjoining properties. So I find it interesting and appreciative, and I know we have two different points of views from that neighborhood, but to have that look at that point of view. So, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so we will, actually, John, did you want to say anything before I open for public comment? We will open for public comment.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. I am basically in favor of this piece of proposed legislation. I've got two comments. Paragraph F, 1, 3, A. I hope Mr. Chen is taking notes.
I am.
Sentence says the height of ground-mounted systems shall be 20 feet in all zones. I think what we really want is shall not exceed 20 feet in all zones. So if somebody wants to come in and have technology for 10 feet off the ground, we're going to tell them, no, you can't do it. You got to raise it up 10 feet. I think that's absurd. Going down to paragraph D, it says warning signs with the owner's contact information. Warning about what? What are we warning them about? Perhaps we should specify what the warning is, whether it's high voltage, trip hazards, venomous snakes. I don't know, but it should just say a warning with the owner's name. What are we warning them for? Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
You got that, Mr. Chen?
I do. Oh, yeah, Ed Sasquatch.
I got Fox.
Guys,
Chen, Ed Sasquatch.
let's get focused.
Hey, everybody. I'm Bob DeAngelis. For those that don't know me, I know everybody on the board knows who I am. I've been on the Climate Smart Communities Task Force in the past. I'm back on it now. When I was here last time, I worked closely with Matt Slater and the team. We got a bronze certification. I calculated the greenhouse gas emissions for the whole town for free. And recently, Supervisor Lochterman asked me to take a look at the solar request for proposal to put solar on all the rooftops of the Yorktown buildings. I got that done, right? I worked with a lot of people, got some great input from and some help from Susan and Sarah and Leo and many others. So it's out. So, I guess you could say I'm a person that gets things done. And I work for free. I'll point that out.
And I'm going to double that for you, Jim.
So I'm 100% volunteer. I'm the president of Yorktown 100. I'm on the board of directors of Cura 100. I retired from IBM as a senior engineering manager, handled environmental affairs, handled literally $100 million budget of projects. So I come to you with a pretty good experience basis. I just want to start with the basics for everybody on the call. As we know, the climate is warming. It's going to continue to warm. It's going to warm at an accelerated pace if we don't change. We're burning these fossil fuels at an unbelievable rate, releasing carbon that was sequestered in the oil and gas and coal for millions of years, and it's coming out, and it's coming out. these emissions are going to last on the order of 1,000 years. So when we talk about a carbon footprint, the reason we say it's a footprint, because it kind of lasts. It sits there forever. I know I'm going to talk a little bit about Sensible Solar's comments. They're worried about the fact that, well, if we put the solar farms in, well, these areas will be destroyed forever. No, a tree can grow in 50 years. We're talking about 1,000 years here, okay? So it's very important to consider that you can't just keep emitting this. It just keeps accumulating in the atmosphere. So how do we fix this thing? It's pretty simple. We need energy. We all want to have a high quality of life. We don't want to go back to the Stone Age. We need energy. We need another source. It's electricity, right? It's the only thing we have. And it works great. So we need to electrify everything. Cars, trucks, transportation, heating systems, all these things need to be electrified. I've already been doing this at my house. I have 2 electric cars. I have a heat pump. It actually works. It's really quite nice. So with all those things, obviously the CO2 is the big emitter. We continue to grow Yorktown. Kudos to you guys. We got some good things coming in town. We're building condos. Uncle Jesus is here. You know, but with growth comes more energy need, right? So we need more energy. We're creating a need for more energy. In addition to that, we have people like myself and people who really care a lot about the environment converting to electric cars, heat pumps, that sort of thing. That means we need more electricity. I'm not using gasoline anymore. I need the electricity, right? So there's a bigger demand for electricity, and it needs to be green, because I'm not going to use electricity generated with fossil fuels. So we can't achieve this without solar and wind farms. It just simply can't be done. I'm really happy New York State is driving towards a cleaner grid, but it happens one step at a time. I was a manager in IBM my whole career. I mean, 2 years into it, I was Bain manager. And what I learned about that, one thing we could all learn from, is communications. Is the only problem I ever saw in close to 40 years of managing was communications. I worked in a very technical field. That was never the problem. It's always communications. I think we could all always do a better job at that, right? So we all need to team in. We need to help. If we're going to clean up the grid, we can't do it by not including solar farms. It's going to be a critical part of the system. Solar is an excellent option. Every house should have it on the roof. If it's a sunny roof, it should have it on the roof. If it's a building has a sunny roof, it should have it. But it's not. People are not all doing it. Every parking lot doesn't have a solar canopy. If they did, we still would need these solar farms. There's that much need for energy. I don't have time to go through numbers, but I believe that is absolutely true. And keep in mind, this is a country, it's not a town. So we have to think big picture, right? So if New York City and the more populated areas south of us, they're not going to put solar farms in. There's no room for it down there. We have to do our part. I by no means think that we should have 100% solar farms in the town. But I do think we should let our excellent planning department have the ability to make a decision where it's feasible and where it's a good site and it's a reasonable place to put it. I think we should put it in. Some people don't like the way it looks. I understand that. But to me, it's a value judgment. I guess I would rather not be the one to melt the polar ice caps, to flood low-lying areas, to change the ocean salinity and the currents in the ocean, to increase the severity of severe weather, to cause plants and animals to migrate and species to be eliminated, and overall heat the earth at temperatures not seen since the dinosaurs. I would rather not cause lung disease and illness to those living in proximity to the existing fossil fuel-fired plants. This is real. It's proven. The particles less than 2.5 microns that are emitted burning fossil fuels enter your lungs and you get sick. It's very well proven. So my priorities are different. Maybe if people thought more about this and the real impacts to other people and their welfare, maybe the panels would look better. To me, they're beautiful. The town board recently voted not to put a solar carport at Granite Knolls. Maybe not recently, but a while back, where it's invisible to anyone but those in the park. The plastic field and the spotlights, I guess, are okay, but perhaps you don't like the way the carport looks. Again, my priorities are different. It looks great to me because I understand it's a good thing, it has far-reaching positive impacts. It helps the health and welfare of others. That project should be re-energized and the right thing should be done. A properly sited and constructed solar farm is a great neighbor. No traffic, no garbage, no load on our schools, no noise, no light, and they pay taxes. I wish I had neighbors like that sometimes. Yes, it's best to have a nice buffer with evergreen trees surrounding it. That's an easy thing to do. A 200-foot buffer zone, fine, let's put a buffer zone. Let's make it as nice as we can for everybody. The only way we can get to where we need to go is to stop burning fossil fuels, and then we have to work together. It's impossible to achieve this without teamwork and about everybody caring about other people. I love nature. I realize the big picture, and we can't preserve all of it. The land in question will be developed someday, and the option of providing cost savings, no carbon energy, to, like in the case of the Jacob Road project, 300 to 400 homes of clean, free energy, carbon-free energy, or adding maybe 50 homes, it's clear which is better for the environment. This is a big deal. And I know it's been looked at time and time again, and I know John Tegeter presented this at a meeting a long time ago, that in any time I've looked at it, the total impact on the environment of trees versus solar panels always win. I love trees, don't get me wrong, I'm a nature freak, but in some cases, these are going to go anyway. I wanted to address the sensible solar comments. First of all, they mentioned preserving Yorktown's future. These industrial-sized solar developments will permanently alter the charm and character of our neighborhoods, disrupting the suburban quality of life that makes Yorktown a great place to live. False. Properly sited solar farms are an asset, excellent, quiet, non-polluting neighbor. Honestly, I drove up through the Jacob Road project the other day. I doubt anybody would ever even see it other than possibly a few people, but they've tried really hard through the woods. Preventing environmental harm. Large-scale solar projects, in their words, require significant deforestation, destroying natural landscapes and wildlife habitats. Once these green spaces are gone, they're gone forever. I already talked about forever before. I talked about the 1,000 years this carbon's going to last. And I mentioned, okay, you want to give a tree 100 years, that's fine. But order of magnitude, this is not nearly as big a problem. This is a false statement. Not all farms have required significant tree removal. The Kitchewan Road example and the Route 6 farm are examples of these where we really didn't have to take trees down. So it's not always the case. And again, solar is always going to be a better deal than trees in terms of the atmosphere. They claim no benefits to Yorktown residents. In their words, these solar fields will not lower my energy costs or provide any local benefits. Instead, they serve developers in outside regions while leaving Yorktown homeowners with all the negative impacts. False. Community solar is already used by about 400 homes in Yorktown. I know Matt Slater sent a note to everybody in Yorktown urging them to take it. I know plenty of people that are very happy with it. They get clean energy, save 10% on their electric bills. It's a fantastic thing. In addition, they still pay taxes, right? So there certainly are benefits to the Yorktown residents. And in terms of protecting property values, I go back to if it's done right, it's not going to hurt property values. I think it improves property values. So this is a little one that's, to me, quite clear. I don't think Sensible Solar understands the dire need for more clean energy. These farms are needed. I would be interested in how many people in Sensible Solar actually have rooftop solar, which they say they support. I'd also love to know who they are because their names are not mentioned anywhere. I don't mind putting my name on something because I'm proud to be environmentalist and proud to be doing what I think is morally right. On other town development, we just saw many beautiful trees removed at what I call the Sound View, but you know what I'm talking about. Because putting in that, traffic causing condos and all that is acceptable, but the solar is actually a much nicer neighbor. I am disappointed that the Climate Smart Communities Task Force was not engaged and told that this law was going to be changed in this way. I'm disappointed that I only found out about this Wednesday and no time to prepare. Our petition has been out for 4 days, and we have ballpark the signatures the other one had, which started about a month ago. I'm not sure how they started a month ago, but anyway, I'm not happy with that. I wish we were engaged. I also feel that when a law is put in draft, it's just professional and reasonable to redline it to show what the changes are. This draft was put out with no red lines, so you have to read every single word of the law and try to figure where the changes are. Honestly, I just think that should be something that professionally and communications-wise should be clear, because we spend a lot of time trying to find those changes. Anyway, bottom line, I ask you, the town board, to think broadly and show you care about the planet, not just local issues. And I do care about local issues, but the far-reaching issue of climate change and air pollution. Don't vote a blanket restriction on solar farms, but put reasonable measures in place to achieve both goals and make it reasonable for neighbors and helping not destroy the planet. Get the Jacob Road and the Granite Knolls and the municipal buildings going now. We really need clean solar. It's important to the planet. It's important to the state. It's important to the town. It can be done right. I honestly think our planning department is excellent. I worked with them over the years when I was with IBM, and I do have a lot of respect for them. So I think you had mentioned, in fact, Supervisor Lochterman, your respect for the planning department. Just prior to just this evening, you talked about how strong they are. Let's show them that we believe in them and let them make the decisions. So I think it's pretty clear. Yorktown 100 and myself are very opposed to a essentially blanket restriction on the solar farms. Keep in mind that people say, well, it's residential districts. Pretty much all the space left in Yorktown, my understanding, is residential. So we're basically putting a ban on it. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Bob.
Hi, Laura Kaspar. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Mohegan Lake, and I'm also a member of Yorktown 100, and I figured, speaking after Bob, he would get all the big points out of there first.
I saw you glowing back there.
So, and again, I have been a lifelong proponent of the outdoors and of wild spaces and of trees and forests, but I have also been aware for over 30 years that the climate is changing and what the impacts are going to be. I'm a scuba diver. Basically, the temperature we've already reached, but we're at 1.5 degrees above the previous temperature now. That's going to kill off about 80% of the coral reefs. If we get up to 2 degrees, it's going to kill off essentially all of them, and they are the basis of our ocean. I mean, with the things that we're doing now, the choices we're making now are impacting the very near future, and that is my concern about things like this. And so I was very happy to see the encouragement within the first part of this for additional solar in industrial and over parking lots. We definitely need all of that. And solar panels on roofs, I just signed a contract to have those put on mine. And when I read some of the other things from the other group that I forget, Sensible Solar, and they were talking about not having it in residential areas. And so my first interpretation, and I think a lot of people's interpretation of those words, means not near large, residential developments where you have a lot of houses in a small area. But then I did make the effort to look up the Town of Yorktown zoning map. And if you haven't done so already, anyone, you should. This is it. Anything in yellow is residential. What you can see
Laura,
is residential.
I'm sorry, you need to address the board.
So what you see is that essentially 90% of the land area in Mohegan Lake, or in Yorktown, is residential. So if you say you can't do it in residential, then you really, again, you can't do it in Yorktown. So it's basically excluding it in I think kind of a way that's not obvious to people. It's not being clear what you're really saying. And then there's another comment after that saying that in non-residential, you can't have ones that are exclusively solar. So it seems like that's getting rid of other zoning areas. So it seems to me like what you're basically saying is we are not going to allow this. And for all of the reasons that Bob has already explained, we really need to be part of the solution for the young people in this area. And I do think they do make good neighbors. And again, I think that the young people growing up now who realize that this is their future, that we're deciding that a community that actually embraces these types of additions to their community is a community they're going to want to live in because they see it as something that is forward-looking, not trying to just maintain the past. And again, you can put in solar farms in a very small portion of this and produce the amount of energy that we're using. I mean, the not in my backyard thing, you know, there are so many people who have cell phones who don't want towers, cell towers, and that is how they're allowed to use their phones. Everybody is using electricity. We all need to be able to realize that we need to do this where we can, and we need to do it in a clean way. So I am very much against the way this is currently worded by excluding the residential areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Howard Gould for the record. Solar farms, if only I could turn back time. Song. Solar farms, I think, I disagree with totally. You're talking about chopping trees. You're talking about taking up an area. You're talking about runoff water. You're talking about stuff like that. I'm totally against it. Besides, where is that electricity going to? It's not going to go to Yorktown. It's going to go someplace else. At least that's my understanding.
No comments, please. Nobody made comments when you guys are speaking. Let people speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No,
But I don't have to answer that.
Continue, please.
Okay. Number one is, I don't mind the solar on the roofs. I think that's an excellent idea. That building gets it. You want to solve the solar farms? Let's do the traffic at the same time. Let's pull the circle traffic in the middle of the roads. You won't have the speeding. You put the solar farms on the in the circle traffic. Yes, it sounds stupid. It sounds silly, but maybe you can do two things at once. I know it sounds ridiculous. It does, because the whole thing is ridiculous. Anyway, that's my story, and I'm going to make it short because, honestly, I don't have an answer. Because, what was his name? The vice president, Al Gore, was talking about this saving us from what's going on now with the heat domes and everything ages ago, even prior to that. And look, we got heat domes coming down. We got this cold weather we have. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Thanks, Howard.
Hi, Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident.
Like your tie.
Thank you. There's some other comments about that, though. I'll fill you in later.
Good.
You're looking sharp. You're looking sharp.
Thanks. Look, I have a 35-year-old son, and a few years ago, pretty angrily, he said to me, yeah, I mean, he's really small, but he's just very, anyway, he said to me very angrily that our generation have behaved as if the future would never exist. And, he pointed out that in 1979, there was a global conference that basically said, look, we've got a real problem with climate change. And it's so, and the United States was part of one of the signatories for that treaty. And in fact, we've shown that we can win against climate change. We identified fluorocarbons as creating holes in the ozone. We banned fluorocarbons globally. The hole in the ozone is closed. We can do this. But it does require some sacrifice. And unfortunately, this fluorocarbon ban is unique in our attempts to even try to solve the problem. And I feel like we have failed our children, our grandchildren, because climate change is already decimating parts of the world, including our own country. But we keep making climate change someone else's problem. We assume that some genius 20 or 30 or 50 years down the line is going to come up with a magical solution, but that's not going to happen. We need to take ownership and responsibility. And as someone before me said, I mean, we are using electricity, so we should pay the piper. Now, I think we need to acknowledge that some solar installations are unsightly, but I think that it's a mistake to issue a blanket ban on ground-mounted solar in residential areas because of that. I think that, first of all, taking into account that, as someone else, several people have said before me, much of Yorktown is zoned as residential. Basically, we're banning ground-mounted solar as an energy option that we need to use. What I'm saying is that the issue needs to be treated with a scalpel, not a chainsaw. And there are smart and innovative ways of implementing solar panels. Moreover, solar farms do not cause noise, they don't cause traffic, they don't cause air or water pollution, they don't need to be, their garbage doesn't need to be collected or recycled, they don't send their children to school, they don't emit light pollution, but they do generate tax revenues. So there's a lot to be said for solar farms just from a revenue perspective. And I think that ground-mounted solar can enhance the appeal of our neighborhoods by demonstrating that our community is committed to clean energy, which would make Yorktown more desirable. I think that we need to acknowledge that climate change is real, that it's impacting our community, our neighbors, and that we should do what we can to protect the future of our community for our sakes, for the sakes of our children and their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Stephanie Pratt, 35-year resident of Yorktown, also 5th generation of Yorktown, owning Wilkins Farm. So I'm speaking on a different point of view for the young, because I'm also young, I would say. So I am for the ban in residential. I appreciate the town taking the time to think it over and decide what to do. Also, as a descendant of the person who came up with the comprehensive plan for Yorktown, I believe this goes along with the comprehensive plan. Yes, we are mostly zoned residential, but that's on purpose. So we're trying to keep up with the preservation and still have residential. I also don't agree with chopping down trees and putting up solar, as that's not really good beneficial and not keeping the preservation and the looking of it. As the people that live in the house that is going to see the solar that is possible on Jacob Road, that's where I see it as screening isn't really possible. Right now we can see the Hunterbrook houses, their solar's on them. We get the reflection of it during the whole winter time and the spring. So you're saying that, oh, that's 2,000 feet away. How are you going to actually screen it if 2,000 feet away we currently can see? But that's on residential, so I understand that being fine. So that's where I'm against the actual solar farm. And then the last thing is you guys talk about preservation. Well, on your town website, you have a fall foliage at Wilkins Farm. If the solar goes up, that is in the middle of that current picture. So you showing a whole picture with like, this is the fall foliage that we see from our town, you are now going to have a nice solar array right in the middle of that picture. So I'm for the banning of the residential, and that's it.
Thanks, Ev.
Thank you. Sarah, how are you?
Good evening again. Sarah Wilson, 34-year resident of Yorktown Heights. Supervisor Lachterman, I appreciate your noting the comments that the Climate Smart Community Task Force submitted because we were late. We just submitted them this evening before the town board meeting. The chair of, and so I am here sort of as a representative of the Climate Smart Community Task Force, but then I'll say a couple of personal comments on my own as well. Our chair, Swarna Pujari, did indicate he didn't actually get a memo indicating the proposed changes being referred to our committee, which Bob DeAngelis mentioned. But we did meet this past Wednesday. We discussed the proposed changes in draft 1 and draft 2, and that enabled us to submit our comments, which we did via email. So I just want to expand upon it slightly. We think that the planning board has done an excellent job up to now of approving the solar farm developments in Yorktown under the current law. And the proposed setback and screening changes are only going to improve it. So, we're totally aligned with those. And we mentioned the two-step permitting process, and that actually came from one of our members, Keith Holmes, who's involved in this day-to-day as a business. And he indicated that he has personal experience in other jurisdictions that have implemented this approach that says, to address the concerns that everybody have about the visual impacts, require that developer to put the screening up first, and when that's to the board's satisfaction, then the developer can proceed with the next step, which is the actual construction and installation of the solar panels. So I wasn't aware of that as an option, but he said it has been used in other jurisdictions, and I would recommend that we consider that as an approach. We clearly are not in agreement with prohibiting the development in residential areas for the same reasons that several of the speakers have talked about. This does effectively outlaw solar farms in Yorktown. I know that we've talked about, this board has been in favor of property owners having the right to develop their property. And not every parcel is suitable for housing. And we know that even when, housing is built, you're going to end up cutting down some trees. So it's not an either-or situation. We mentioned in our comments installing ground-mounted solar in carefully selected locations, provides that renewable energy source, little to no demand on town services, infrastructure, school enrollment, traffic, light pollution, etc., all the things that people have talked about, while providing those wildlife corridors and pollinator plantings. We obviously encourage rooftop solar in both residential and commercial zones, but the generating power is not sufficient to meet our needs. The preference, which I've talked about several times before, right, the hierarchy that forested sites should be the very last and least desirable choice, the already cleared land being preferable. So I'll just switch to some personal comments. I do have solar panels on my roof, but it's not sufficient to meet our energy needs. So we still need, we've done what we can. We have the heat pump, we have the solar, we have the super insulation, but, we can't be self-sufficient. We do need electricity. I also agree with the Conservation Board's comments, which are on the website. I know you didn't read them, but, talking about prioritizing the sites, I think they made some excellent points. Sometimes you need to remove trees. I mean, we know that the developments, Sound Hill, Underhill Farm being an example, right? A huge number of trees had to be removed to make way for houses. So those trees are going to come out either way. Again, the planning board has done a really good job. And so I would encourage, I'm in opposition, the CSC is in opposition to the prohibiting of large-scale ground-mounted solar systems in Yorktown. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, my name is Miguel Quintanilla. I'm I guess a New Yorktown resident. I've only been here 10 years. I appreciate everyone who has spoken today. It really makes me feel good that we got people who care about this town. I am a MEP engineer, so I deal with mechanical, electrical. I design the systems in a building. I think I have an understanding of the electric grid. And I'm here speaking because my son, who's sitting in the back row, he's the only 17-year-old here probably. He asked me to come and speak out. Hopefully he will he will be a Yorktown resident for many, many more years. And so I think it's important that we consider our energy needs. And everyone's made a bunch of great points, so I just wanted to take it on that personal level that, this is electric grid is a very complex system. I work a lot with NYPA, so it's challenging, even as an engineer, to understand that. But this, I believe, solar, if done responsible, and again, we've said what a great planning board we have. I think if we trust them to make the decisions, we obviously don't want solar to overrun the entire town, but we can trust them to approve appropriate installations. I think one point that hasn't been made that I would like to make is New York State sees Westchester as a leader, and we can be a leader here. And in Westchester, I think what gets approved on this issue could lead other towns in Westchester. If we ban it, other towns will ban it. But if we approve it, it will give other towns the nod to go ahead and approve theirs as well. And then that will benefit our whole county. And that's what we're talking about, having a better environment for us all. Thank you.
Here we go. Hi, Jan.
Hey, how are you? And congratulations to your husband.
Thank you.
So I'm going to read my statement, and then I wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made as well. I am here tonight because I strongly oppose effectively the ban on solar projects. I just think it goes too far. Yorktown has consistently fallen behind our neighboring communities when it comes to sustainability, and this is really only going to set us further back. We do not need to ban these projects outright. We can simply amend our current law to adjust the setbacks and screening requirements, and I know a number of other speakers have spoken at length about that, and I just want to support those comments. We have taken many similar projects on a case-by-case basis when it comes to the overlay district, the Underhill Farms, the boutique hotel, which ended up going nowhere. The Navajo Fields is now under consideration as being added to the overlay district. We can apply those same principles when it comes to these solar projects, and John is going to probably be insufferable after this with all of the praise that he's been getting tonight. But we can rely on our planning board to address these issues as they come up on a case-by-case basis. Westchester and frankly, the country is facing an energy crisis, and we cannot just sit back and wait for somebody else to solve the problem. We look at Croton. They have put the solar over the parking lot at the train at the railroad, at the train station. There's and I'm blanking on the name of the company in Buchanan that completely covered their entire roof in solar. We have no examples here in town, aside from our solar farms, that even come close. We have residents right here in Yorktown who want to be a part of the solution, and instead of blocking them, we should be standing with them. We can look at communities like White Plains, where Mayor Tom Roach led a 3-year effort to create a comprehensive climate action plan with extensive community input. That's what leadership looks like, and we can do that. We call ourselves a climate smart community, and we need to live up to that promise. I myself, as you probably know, are a member of the Business Council, and I know John Ravitz was up here the other week talking about the implications for us banning solar, these solar farms. Jacob Road Solar is a perfect examples, and the developer has gone to great lengths. We've heard from another neighbor, and I do take the comments made earlier from Ms. Pratt about the visibility from her property. But we need to take all of this into account when we can do it on a case-by-case basis, as I mentioned. I'm going to skip all over that because a lot of that has been mentioned already. So now I'm going to just kind of respond to some of the other things that I heard in the earlier comments. Somebody had mentioned the trees that came down from Underhill Farm, on the Underhill Farm projects. That is a lot of trees that we lost and zero solar on that project. We don't require it in terms of any of the new development coming in. I don't know that it was even discussed as in any of the many meetings that we've been talking about tonight. So we allow those projects to come through. There's no talk of solar. There's really no talk of sustainability in general, which I understand. It's the developers' right to build how they see efficiently. But as a town, as a community, I think that we should, at a minimum, encourage it, make sure that it's part of every conversation that we have with every developer that comes in, and I'd like to see that as we move forward. We talked about prioritizing. We don't need to ban it, but we can certainly start to prioritize the kinds of projects, certainly rooftop solar. We talked about the solar canopies up at Granite Knolls. I'd like to see that revived. We can prioritize. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing approach. I think that's where we are missing the mark. Talked about John and his excellent work with the planning board. I liked Sarah's idea about the two-phase project. I think that's where when you get community input and we bring everybody to the table, where we can get some of these really creative solutions to some of these problems. And I think that sounded like, again, it was the first time I heard about it tonight. Would love to learn more about that and see if that's a viable solution for us. And then I'll just finish with, I know that kind of as a separate note, we've talked before about the redlining of laws when we're proposing changes, and I would like to see that sort of as a more formal approach to redline laws when they're put forth, so that we can all be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Dan Strauss, again, 59-year resident. I have a feeling I'm not going to get too much applause.
I'll clap for you now.
No, it's okay. That's okay.
I was offering it.
No, that's okay. So I'm going to go back to a few things that have happened over the years. Things that probably a lot of the people who've talked tonight don't even know. Granite Knolls, that's come up. The attorney who practices law across the street, who I can't name his name because he doesn't want me to, he said, and this is a fact, he did not want solar at Granite Knolls. He took over a town board meeting, and then he took over a planning board meeting. That was after the town board had suggested putting that in there. He said it was his park. Bill LaScala on the planning board at a subsequent meeting said, whoever came up with that idea. I'm giving you a little history about the town board and the planning board. See, I'm not a fan of the planning board as being experts. We throw experts around now all the time. When I walk back, and I have to face you, to Mr. DeAngelis, after I had mentioned Underhill Farm, and I said it was an asphalt jungle, he smiled, yes. But a lot of what drives this is money. It's not whether people care about the town or whether they care about the environment. It's the people who come in with the projects, and then they switch, and they change tune. Can I do solar, or can I do housing? Oh, it's no good. Dell Avenue used to be, they came in with housing, but then all of a sudden it changed, and they came in with solar. It's tied in with money. It's tied in with the future of Yorktown. Do you want to change it? Now, tonight, I find out that Yorktown is 90% residential. I don't want solar farms in a residential town. I took a drive up Route 22 going to a lacrosse game a few weeks ago, and it's beautiful up there. And there are solar farms out there in the fields. The silver glistening. There's no boundary or there's no setbacks. It's just beautiful. I know you've mentioned some of them look awful. And even the gentleman tonight, he said, some of them look awful. Yeah, well, which ones in Yorktown? What are you going to build, 10 and half of them will look awful? It's not about the clean energy and all this stuff. To me, it's about money. It's about the developer coming in, and whether it's the developer or the landowner, which can I do better? Where can I make more money? Can I do it through solar? Can I do it through building apartments? Just like Underhill Farm is a perfect example. A gentleman tonight, he said, Mr. DeAngelis, and he's the expert. He is an expert. I'm no expert on this, but I have opinions on it. He said, well, why didn't they put a solar farm in there? If he wanted to make more money, he would have. But he thought he could do, because he got in the overlay zone. That's why it was created, so that development could be built, and he could build 4 stories. It's about money. The trees are coming down. That's exactly what is going on. It's been going on since 5 years ago. Oh, the trees, Mr. Tegeter and Miss Siegel, they are always empirical value of trees. What in the world is empirical value? I looked it up and I've forgotten it. What is the difference? The trees are coming down one way or another. Absolutely. You're either going to build solar or you're going to build houses. So every place in Yorktown is a great town. It's been a great town. But people come in here and they think they can do anything they want. I'm going to go crazy. They came in with the transfer station because they think that Yorktown is suitable for a transfer station. That's what they think of Yorktown. So the guys who want to put solar in, or the owners, they say, oh, we'll do that. We can make more money. Trees are going to come down. This is going to come down. Jan made a very good comment. The Underhill Farm, they should have solar on all those buildings, and they got away with none of it. None of it. Perfect example. They could have done their part, but they chose not to. Not instead of. They could have done it. They chose not to because it's money. And there's a gentleman sitting here, I believe he has the Wilkins Farm. That gentleman is right on the money for me. Unless he changes tune, and I don't think he did from the last meetings. He doesn't want it. He doesn't care whether he can see it, whether there's a slope, or whether it's this or that. He doesn't want it. I don't want it in Yorktown. I don't want it because this town is residential. There are plenty of other towns that don't want it. Also, plenty of them. And it's nothing to do, for me, the environment. You know, I pick up litter. I've been doing it for 12 years. I clean the town. Do you think I don't care about environment? You need electric. You need it on buildings. You need it on this, on that. We are not a town that has a factory that is being repurposed where they could put a big solar field. They could do that. That would be fine with me. We're not that kind of town. So I believe it has a place, It does not, give me the word, give me that ground mounted, give me that term. We do not want large scale, in-ground mounted solar fields in the town of Yorktown. And it's not case by case, it's not outright. It's cut and dry. Do it any way else you want, any way else, but not with that. Thank you.
I'll always clap for you. Everybody deserves an audience clap.
Hi, good evening.
It's brave to go up there. Okay, I'll stay on track.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good to see you again.
My name is Leo Wigman. I'm not a resident of Yorktown. I'm Director of Solar Programs of SustainableWestchester.org, of which Yorktown is a founding municipal member. I just want to make a few quick general points. Community solar is very popular in Westchester County, especially for folks who don't have the ability to put solar on their own roofs. And I mentioned, I think before, that there are about 420 solar subscribers to community solar here in Yorktown that we've enrolled in projects for which we have the ability to have capacity. That includes a number of residents, for example, from Jefferson Village and other locations throughout Yorktown. We have a huge, huge waiting list of other residents for community solar that cannot yet be served because there's not any available capacity. The available capacity is essentially, booked for every system that's in the pipeline everywhere in the county. The mention of rooftop community solar was made, and I would like to point out for community solar to be sited on rooftops to benefit, 300 or 400 families, or even 150 families, you would need about 20,000 square feet of flat roof. So that's a fairly sizable commercial building. There may not be that many buildings that have 20,000 square feet of roof space in Yorktown for the siting of a community solar project. Of course, smaller commercial buildings can have solar behind the meter. That's not a problem. So I would offer Sustainable Westchester and my office as a resource to the town in looking through the solar law and the possibilities of how it could be amended to both protect the interests of the town and also to serve the interests of the future and the growing energy needs that we have as we all electrify more vehicles. At this point, there are now more electric vehicles in Westchester County, 18,000, than there are solar systems, of which there are 14,000. And so I will offer our services to the town for any of that digestion of the local laws or an analysis of what other municipalities have done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Liam.
Good evening, Mark Lieberman. Hi, Mark. Excuse me. So quite conflicted because I see, as Dan said, Yorktown as a residential community. Where I'm currently living, I have woods behind me. I have no idea who owns those woods, but I'd be very upset if it became a solar farm. I see, as Jan mentioned, a big development come in across the street, and they were asked, are you going to put solar on the roof? And they said, no, we're not going to put solar on the roof. I hear the town board constantly talking about we need to grow the population in the town. Our businesses need the population growth, so we encourage developments like Soundview. We encourage developments like up on Route 6 where the Blue Book used to be. We're not putting solar on those buildings. So I think our priorities are wrong. I don't want to see solar in my neighborhood on the ground in front of my house, even though there are trees behind it. I understand the concept that on a micro basis, solar is better than the cutting of the trees, but you can't put that on a macro basis and say, well, cut down all the trees in the world and put solar, because that would destroy the planet as well. So I don't agree with solar in residential. I do agree with tightening the laws that if you put a development in, you put solar on the roof like they did up the road in Cortland. As soon as you pass Lexington Avenue, there's a huge development there, solar on the roof. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Good evening.
I'll clap for everybody, too. Hi, Mr. Davis.
Hi, it's Clifford Davis, attorney. This woman over here and I apologize, I don't know your name, so, Jan. She had said, she had made reference to the leadership of Mayor Tom Roach of the city of White Plains. I would agree that he's a good leader, because the city of White Plains has completely banned solar farms. They only permit, solar panels are only permitted on buildings and as part of a solar parking canopy.
Yeah, the canopy's there.
So Tom Roach has taken leadership and is protecting his city, and that's the determination that he made. Now, he is not an outlier. The town of Cortland has essentially banned ground-mounted solar panels in almost all of their residential districts. The town of North Castle has banned solar panels, or has limited the enactment of solar panels only in non-residential districts. The town of Greenberg has essentially banned large-scale ground-mounted solar panels in residential districts. And the town village of Harrison has essentially banned the large-scale solar facilities to only 2 residential districts. And they've gone out of their way, and it says in their code, the installation of solar facilities in undeveloped, vegetated, and wooded areas that exist in a natural or manicured state should be avoided and would be considered contrary to the open space preservation policies of the town of Harrison. As set forth in my letter to this board of May 13th of this year, the comprehensive plan of this town is this is a bedroom community, and we want to preserve the residential districts. That is the value of this town. So I applaud the leadership of this town in proposing to enact a law that takes care of the town of Yorktown and puts Yorktown first and protects the residents first. And it doesn't ignore solar at all. It says put it on buildings, put it on canopies, put it in commercial areas. So when people are saying that this law will not allow solar, that's completely inconsistent with the draft. And I would urge people to reread that draft and to understand that this board nowhere says that it is against solar. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dennis. And clap for everybody. We're a community, we're all friends.
Can we say, like, just hold your applause till the end?
No.
And then we're like, we're all going home. Woo! Okay, so I
You
just...
never go home.
So I just wanted to acknowledge the comments that were just made, and now it's my turn to apologize because I didn't make a note of this gentleman's name.
Clifford Davis.
Mr. Davis. So certainly respect the idea, the opinion and looking at practices elsewhere. But I will just point out again that the city of White Plains did a complete study and they updated their plan, and I can't remember the name of it, but and it's a city, so they
have no ground to ground.
So they
mount.
have no ground to ground mount on. So I think that
You can go to
again,
Saxon Woods.
I think that we need to really keep our wits about us and just look at. I agree. We need to look at what is being done elsewhere. What's working, what's not working, and I think comparing Yorktown to White Plains, my point wasn't to compare what their laws are versus what our laws are. My comment was based on what their process was, right? They took a very comprehensive 3-year look at what their entire, it's getting late, my brain is fried, their sustainability initiatives. And they created a plan around that. So that was my reference to the city of White Plains.
Thank you.
I apologize. I'll just be very brief. The city of White Plains has plenty of vacant land, and there's constant repurposing going all along. What you call the 287 corridor.
Oh yeah, by plan going down to Bryant.
A lot of that stuff is being repurposed, and if they wanted to put solar farms in there, they would. Instead, they put it on top of their ice rink. They're putting it on top of their parking authorities. So They know what they want to do, and if they wanted to put in solar farms, they could have done it. But they're ugly.
If there's no land, why would you
Right.
pass a law to ban it? if
And
there's
the
no land?
elephant in the room is no matter what you say, they're ugly. They're just ugly.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thanks, Cliff. I won't.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Good evening. Thank you. Very fascinating, I'll tell you. My name is Ron Kamen.
Hi, Ron.
How are you?
I'm
Good to meet you.
Me too.
So I am the director of the Business Council of Westchester's Clean Energy Action Coalition. And a couple of weeks ago, John Ravitz, the Chief Executive Officer of the Business Council, came and gave you a presentation, and I'm not going to reiterate that. I'm going to supplement that a little bit, if you'd be so kind. And then you guys can all go home. So first, thank you for the opportunity. I took a look at your website, and there was two things that really popped out at me. One is that one of the topmost issues on your website is the utility bill support that you want to give residents who can't afford their rising, escalating rate of electricity. And the second thing was power outages, and the fact that you guys are very concerned about power outages, as we all should be, because when the power goes out, we can't heat, we can't cool, we can't have lights, we can't do basically anything. One of the things you mentioned was that we took off 2,000 megawatts worth of Indian Point nuclear power for our region, of which Yorktown benefited dramatically. You guys now have a certain amount of solar. It's helpful, but you need 8 times more solar to be able to manage, 8 times more energy to make it. When you guys were founded in 1788, you didn't have running water, you didn't have lights, you didn't have gas, you didn't have a lot of things that today we have because you guys decided to make progress. And the same type of progress is the progress that you're evaluating here now. The 3 million watts of power, the 3 megawatts of power at the Jacob Road Solar Farm would provide you a significant amount of that power. It would provide 300 to 500 residents with a 25 years of energy savings, guaranteed energy savings of 5 to 20% for those people who signed up. It would give you more energy into your grid so that when there are fluctuations in the power, as there's going to be as we have extreme power events and we have more and more energy usage from the power that we're using in our laptops, from the power in our cell phones, from the power to keep our lights on, it will help maintain that grid so that you will have less power outages. Not only that, but the energy is going into Yorktown, it's going into your grid, it is staying here, electrons go where they go. The first place that it goes is the nearest usage. You guys are the nearest usage, so therefore you're going to have it. Your planning board did an excellent job. I'm going to reiterate that. They negotiated mature trees and setbacks. They have a negotiated nature trail going down to the Hunter Brook Preserve. You have 5 acres that are going to be designated as a donation to the Westchester Land Trust. They talk about trees. I did a calculation. I went to the EPA website to see what the equivalent amount of pollution that's avoided with 3 million watts worth of solar versus planting trees. I was amazed. You know how much of that is? What the equivalent is in trees? It's 1.6 million acres of trees. That's the amount of pollution that you're avoiding by having this 3 megawatt solar farm in your community. I agree with everybody that said that, that you want to maintain your residents, and I agree. And part of maintaining your quality of life is having power. This is a power source. It's a clean power source. It has no pollution. It's quiet. It has no noise, no traffic, no air or water pollution. There's no additional load on your schools. The water runoff has been studied extensively. Your planning board did an extensive study. There's an excellent plan. The water actually slopes off of that property down to a wetlands. They did an excellent water runoff piece. And so what you're looking at is a choice between, either progress with preservation or no progress. Clean energy versus what? What are you going to do? You're going to keep importing energy? You want everybody else to produce it and send it to you? That's what's basically happening now. Will that continue to happen without additional transmission? We don't want to look at new transmission lines either, right? So at some point we need to make a choice. And you guys need to make a choice. And it's your choice. It's your community. I don't live here. I can't say what you're going to do. It's a tough choice. I hear you for all the reasons. What I would say is this, is that you guys talk about progress with preservation. This project is very well defined by your planning board. They did an excellent job. You have neighbors on both sides of the issue, but If you do the things that your planning board is recommending, you're going to be basically eliminating the choice that people don't want to look at it. Not in my backyard. I don't want it in my backyard. Personally, I want it in my backyard. I like the look of these things.
Where
I
do
think
you
it's
live?
beautiful. Yeah. I live outside of your community. That's okay, all
No,
right?
I meant like we could bring it to your backyard.
No, I do. I have it in my I have it on my roof. I have it in my yard. Okay, so that's my choice. You guys got to make your choice. I hear you. You can make your choice. You can decide. But what I'm saying to you is this: it's 3 million watts worth of clean power that help maintain the grid. It gives hundreds of your residents lower energy costs for 25 years, which isn't bad for a lot of senior citizens, especially other folks that live here. And yes, you should do it on your roofs. And yes, you should do it as carports wherever you can. And yes, you need more energy, because if you don't have more energy, you're going to run out and you're going to have power failures. And we're going to have the types of things that we know we all don't want. So you guys do what you're going to do. I urge you, as the Business Council of Westchester representative, to seriously consider this project as really in your beneficial interest for the town, for the community, for your future. And happy to answer any questions if you have it. I guess I'm the last
I
one.
have a
So
couple,
go ahead. Yeah,
Ron.
go ahead, Ed.
First
Yes,
of all,
please.
we're here discussing a law, not a project.
Okay.
So I'm curious why the Business Council, and I read John's stuff, because I am a member of the Business Council also, and everything was referring to a project versus the law.
Right.
So my real question is,
What's the
and I think Luciana sort of hit on it, do you advocate in your community for large-scale ground-mounted residential
So
solar?
first, this is not large scale. Large scale is 25 megawatts or up. That's the way the
In
state
our-
defines
in
it.
our definition-
in your community, I understand you're defining anything more than a residential project as large scale. So yes, we are advocating that solar goes pretty much everywhere that we can put it, everywhere that makes sense. Every community should look at what your plan is to get you the amount of energy that you need to be able to provide
But
your
hold on,
residents
hold
and
on.
everybody else.
But the energy doesn't go directly to our residents. We just heard testimony that that you have to sign up, and right now you can't sign up to get the 5 to 20% discount, because the energy that's currently going into the grid from renewable sources is allocated, is been spoken for. So if this energy that we're going to produce, the 3 million, right, it's going to go into our grid.
Right.
If somebody else signs up and speaks for that energy before somebody in Yorktown signs up,
It goes to
then
them.
the person in then it goes to them.
Well, I
and
think-
they may hold on, they might be in a different community. So yes, it is possible that people in Yorktown may benefit, but it's not they will benefit. It's a may or may not, unless we could produce what'd you say it was 8 million?
8 times
megawatts?
more solar. Yeah,
Okay,
8 times
then
more solar.
yeah, then I would agree with you. I said, okay, maybe then, but this is not going to do that, right? So I just want to be accurate to people so we make a well-informed and educated decision, and we understand exactly what's going on. If somebody speaks for the energy that's going into the grid, their piece, their portion, not all of it, of course,
Right.
and the person's not in Yorktown, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that, because it's still contributing, and we're still trying to solve a problem. I get that, but it's not accurate to say it's going straight to Yorktown and they're going to save 5 to 20%. That's
Okay,
just
so-
not
Oh, okay,
so-
hold on.
so
Let
here-
me piggyback
here's-
that. Hold on. Let me piggyback that.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me piggyback
please.
it. I just got here late, so you guys did not have to hear about me. So one, there was a woman with a beautiful pink necklace. She was right with you. She was with Yorktown 100. Where'd she go? She said, when she turned around, she said, "This is residential. We're zone residential," and she showed everybody the yellow. We are in sustainability and progressive and trying to get this plan, Jan, that you brought up. We've discussed, including myself, who cannot get solar on our house, because I am not, the parking lot here at Town Hall, Granite Knolls, was a go until the project itself imploded and new numbers came, and Parks and Rec was also very upset about it, because they were going to get money for that to help our fields, so that was going to go. We are not, and I will speak to John to talking about this, and maybe my board members can tell me, because maybe I'm not fluent in it, maybe suggesting, wink, wink, 7 times, that developers put solar on their properties. I do know that we have commercial spaces such as Lowe's, which is very big, now working on putting solar. So as we stand in support of grandfathering the existing projects who have done what our fabulous planning board said and met all the criteria, I believe this law might sound like a complete ban, but from what I'm hearing is Yorktown itself has not tried on how to find clean energy, and we're going right to ground mounts, large scale ground mounts, and whether you call large mount 7 blocks and I call it 2 acres, it is what it is. In this day and age, you can't tell me what to call it, right? So let's just name that. So at that point, we are not going with large mount, ground mounted, but that doesn't, we haven't even stepped onto how many roofs we could take on, or how many carports we could take on, or how many parking lots in our pool developments could use it so that their cars don't get super hot or something. We're just trying it on. So I just want to make sure that it's not like this, we don't want to be great and we don't want to conserve, and I certainly want coral in the sea. I like to scuba dive as well. But I do believe that we're trying to figure out what's the best fit for us. And as leaders, we have to service us, right? You put the life mask on yourself, then you put it on your kids. I need to make sure that it serves Yorktown's residents and our mission as we then become good community partners with your neighborhood, wherever that is. I know that I come from Mount Pleasant. They've done a couple carports and a couple things, and they have it as well. I go to Cortland, I go to Croton. I was just with a bunch of others. There's different ways of doing it. People put it even on their cars. We can get there. So from what I gathered from your friend, I forgot her name, so I'm sorry. I apologize. The woman that spoke behind you. Laura. She said if we just had a little bit of this residential with some energy, we would be still moving forward. So what I'm saying is I do believe this board is trying on solar. It's just that we're not going to all go to great one way. And I think that's what we were missing. Because the way that you're, I guess, pro a project, it's not that we don't want the projects to come into town, but we haven't even tried it on our local businesses and our community-based humans to start putting on the solar first before we start making more farms. That's, I think, the mission.
Let's get back to
Yeah, so my question, as I started before, do they have it in your community or not?
Yeah.
The ground mounted as it's a solar use, as a solo use on property.
Yeah,
Good.
but what my community does is different from your community.
I understand,
right? So it's
but
like,
no, I understand. But you're here advocating to our community, different from the New York community, which is fine. I'm
actually here as the Business Council of
Right,
Westchester.
right. But you're advocating actually for a project, not
Right.
not
Right.
for community, not for
because your
solar.
law, my understanding is, would ban that project.
Okay,
Right?
so
Is that correct or not correct?
So you are here for
That
a
is
project.
correct. So
That
you're
is
so you're
correct.
here here for a project, which
Well,
is-
actually, we're opposing
but
the law.
well
Okay.
no well see that was my question, because you're talking about a project actually validated what Dan Strauss was saying when Dan was saying it's about the dollars. Now look, I've stated here before that I think that we need to figure out the ways to make up the solar. But I once again, I find it a little disingenuous that John was up here last week or 2 weeks ago, and I know his community does not allow solar, because I had lunch with 11 different town supervisors talking to them, and actually 2 of them had it as a use out of basically 13 of us. So there's, and no, call 3 of us, because we have it as a use currently, and we're looking at that. But I hope that I would hope that the Business Council of Westchester would be advocating in those other communities
We are.
as well.
We are.
I haven't seen any of it.
Well, we are.
And
That's,
this is
that's what my job is.
right, and this is the first time I've seen an email go out saying, "Come to town hall, come talk about it," from the Business Council. And like I was saying, I just hope that it is a little more well-rounded, not just because, hey, they joined the Business Council, so we need to support their project.
Right. No. So
Okay.
just to be clear, Ed, with this campaign is countywide. Okay. We took off 2,000 megawatts worth of Indian Point.
Yep.
We're at 260 megawatts of solar. We have a long way to go, and that's just peak power. But the peak power is critical because during the peak periods is
Excuse me, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Because during the peak times is when we get blackouts, right? So we have to make sure that we hit the peak first, and then we have to have long-term clean energy to be able to power our communities, right? So first, yes, this project is countywide. We're going to be speaking with every municipality. That's part of our goal and part of our mission. We have to get everyone to understand we're at a tipping point. We are really getting very close. If you talk to the New York State Independent System Operator, we're going to run out of power at some point in the not too far distant future, and we're going to start seeing blackouts again like we used to have in the 60s.
But it's
right?
the state's policies that kind of created this mess.
Well, there's a lot of pieces.
No,
there's a
not
lot
well,
of pieces
it's
to
the
that,
state's
Sergio.
policies.
Well, you could say it's the policies, but you could also
Well,
say it's
it's
the
not
amount
my
of.
policies.
Well,
I
let's
don't
look.
have-
What's
I
on your
don't know.
desk? What's on your desk? What's sitting there?
A plastic bottle.
No. Besides that,
What? My
Sergio.
keys, my computer,
Your laptop?
my cell phone.
Oh, your computer.
Yeah.
Your laptop. Your
Yeah.
phone, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has these. Everyone is
When
using
you
more
shut down,
energy.
When you shut down Indian Point
okay.
with no plan in place,
I don't
it's a state
disagree.
decision that created the problem.
Okay,
You
that
said how
is
much,
one piece
how
of the
much-
problem.
How much?
That is one
it's a
piece of the
big
problem.
piece.
It's a piece. It's a piece.
2 million megawatts.
Piece. It is. It was 2 million watts. Yes.
2 million watts.
2,000
Okay.
megawatts. Right. So it is a big piece. Actually, it's 2 billion watts. Actually. So absolutely, and every one of us is part of that. Right. So yes, absolutely, you're right. We have to roll this out. The fastest way of getting new generation is solar.
Because there was no plan to replace the 2 million. Well, look,
Okay, well, look. I mean, part of the
I
plan
understand
was
you
to.
don't want to hear it.
No,
but,
no,
you
no.
know,
But
that's
part of the
that's where the issue came from. But we really need to get everybody
Okay,
to speak.
part
So
of the
just
plan,
finish
though,
up, and I
part of the
apologize for
plan
interrupting
is
you.
to build new, clean, renewable generation. Part of it is wind, part of it is solar. The fastest way that a local community can get new generation is build solar. You can do it in a couple of years. You don't need 10 years, 20 years of developing a nuclear power plant or developing anything else, right? So that's the fastest way of getting new generation is to build solar in your communities. You guys decide. I would put it everywhere you can. You're right. You should have a plan. You should have a plan that which roofs to put it on, which carports are you going to put over which parking lots. Absolutely. This project, which you're about to ban because of the new law, is here. It's 3 years. They worked with the planning department. They did everything right to make stuff happen. Don't kill this project. It's one of the first things. It's 3 megawatts. It's
What
not
about
that
the
much,
what
but it's
about the other
significant.
project?
Which other project?
Exactly.
Right.
There's another project.
Okay,
Okay,
great. So let's talk about that
Okay.
one when you get it to the point where it's actually going to be there. But you know what? I mean, in the meantime,
You should have a conversation with Mr. Davis.
Sure.
Ron, thank you for
Thank you very much.
for
Thank
coming
you.
up.
Have
I
a good night.
appreciate it. And thank
Appreciate
you
your
for the clarification for me.
Okay, so, where does this gentleman live?
He didn't say. Not
Maybe,
not
maybe
like
how many solar farms, large scale, are where in the town where he lives? If I understood, last 2 weeks ago, Mr. Ravage, he made 2 presentations in favor of Underhill Farm at that time, but we were in the COVID, so he didn't come to town hall. I believe they have no business being here at a public hearing. No business whatsoever.
Everyone has the right to be here.
They
Dan.
have every right to be here?
Everyone.
I believe
Everyone
he
in
has
this room.
no right to be here and take over a meeting and ask about questions that he's going to ask. If you have questions for him, and he's representing a person who wants, a developer who wants to come in here, he's here for him. He's not here for the town.
But that's okay, Dan.
That's okay?
It is okay
Well, it's
for
not
anyone,
okay.
anyone to
It's
speak
not
on-
okay with me, as
But
far as
the,
I'm
the law
concerned.
dictates where we need
Okay?
to be.
And I wasn't okay. I happened to watch Mr. Ravage, the same thing, and I caught on that he was in favor of that development. They went ahead for 3 years. They knew what the deal was, and it's all about money, because I heard the gentleman say at a planning board meeting, if we can't do this, then we can't make it work. That's what it's about. It's not about the town of Yorktown. That's what you're dealing with. What's the future of the town? I'm old, but I've lived here a long time. My son lives here. I have grandkids. Maybe they'll live here. Maybe they won't. So I'm thinking of the future of Yorktown. And there is no place for ground-mounted solar farms in residential neighborhoods in this town. I'm not talking about White Plains or any of the other towns. In this town of Yorktown. Because all of these guys come in and they think they can do anything they want in this town. That's all they do. That's exactly what, and the overlay district has now created a spin. See, they try to spin everything. It's okay here, but now we'll take it piecemeal because it's an overlay. The overlay district has nothing to do with this. Nothing. And someone should explain that. No one, half the people here don't even know what the overlay district is, I'll guarantee you. Thank you. I may talk again.
Okay, Dan.
actually wanted to answer a question that Sergio brought up.
He's here.
Oh, good. I wanted to, I was hoping you'd be here. I was waiting for you. So
Don't worry, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
no, it's just going to be good. So this idea, I wanted to try to give you a possible solution. You were mentioning, is this electricity going to be available to Yorktown residents? I talked to Leo, who's an expert in all of these things. Could we just offer it to Yorktown people, at least for a while? And I believe that's something you guys can require. So if you wanted to, on a development, say, hey, for the first, X months, this can only be offered to people in Yorktown, I think you could negotiate that. Why wouldn't you? And that way we can get the people that really we want. I live in Yorktown. I want Yorktown the best thing for this town too. Perhaps we could do that. Just as a suggestion.
So
you, Bob.
trees are for, no, go ahead, I'm sorry, yeah. Thank you.
That's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Hey, Randy.
Good evening, Supervisor and the rest of the town board. Randy Pratt, Wilkins Fruit Farm. I suppose I'm supposed to be giving my number of years in the town, 48. This is no offense to John Teggert, who's a good friend of mine, but I'm surprised that people don't know about this. I feel like I've been living this for a year and a half now. And in fact, back in January of 24, there was a planning board meeting when the project was first come up, and one of the members of the board said, we have approved 4 of these things and we've made mistakes on all of them. And that was kind of the impetus for putting the moratorium in to
get it right, yeah.
to get this right. So, and as I said last time, I applaud you on taking this stance and making these modifications to the law. And then the fact that you're doing other stuff, that you've engaged an engineer to put solar on top of this building, the highway department, I'll call it the 6th grade school, but people don't know it as the community center, and the sewage treatment plant. We also have Lowe's now coming in, and we have Curry Honda doing it.
Yep.
So there's other developments that are coming in, like we had talked about those priorities in the law, that maybe we should be looking at those areas first before we're looking at residential development and putting it there. For years now, we have been working on open space. We had the Yorktown Land Trust. We have the Westchester Land Trust. We have New York State Ag and Markets. We have the state. And I had even forgotten about the open space assessment fund that we had here in Yorktown for years. All of this we were doing to preserve open space, to preserve the vistas and the trees and the stuff that we have in the town. And now to take it and cut down maybe 1,000 or 1,500 trees or more to put in a solar array, I don't think is the right way to go. And again, I applaud you on making these changes to the law, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Hi, Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. Someone mentioned earlier about cleaning up. Sergio, maybe you've seen me. I walk up and down McKeel Street cleaning it up. I don't take a backseat to anyone when it comes to the beauty of Yorktown. It's one of the reasons I moved here. I don't think that the supposed ugliness of ground-mounted solar farms is a legitimate reason to ban them. I personally, I don't find them that ugly, but I could understand if they were, right in someone's sight line from their house, and they used to see trees and now they see that would be a problem for them. But again, I come back to the idea that we need to solve this problem with a scalpel and not a chainsaw. I think that with reasonable setbacks, with reasonable accommodations for people, we can solve this problem without outright banning something that has an enormous amount of benefits. And the only arguments that people have against it that are that are sort of not debunked by science are they're ugly. Well, okay, they're ugly. So let's make sure that they're not inconveniencing people, that they're not ruining people's quality of life, that they're not diminishing property values when in fact they could be augmenting property values. I strongly urge this board to consider not banning ground-mounted solar farms outright, even in residential areas, but making it possible for people to do it under the right conditions. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is John Colangelo. I am a 45-year taxpayer here in Yorktown. I'm also the owner of 1805 Jacobs Road. I shaved my head before the meeting so you guys don't know that I don't have any horns or anything to hide here.
Mava.
So I'm here in the flesh. You know, a lot of people ask and made comments tonight. It's about money. It's about this. This is a passion project. This is not a for-profit project. I need the solar as a partner to build a road for my minimally invasive agri-hood. This is a project that's been going on for over 10 years now here in Yorktown. I know that solar is a part of the project that is sort of new. It's coming towards the late part of the project because Al Capolini told me this is the time to present it. Unfortunately, he passed, and there's been COVID, and there's been other things that sort of like has delayed this project, but this would have been approved if we started this a couple years ago. So I also pick up a lot of litter. I picked up a lot of litter on this property since day one. There's been dishwashers thrown in this property from neighbors, tires, cars, and I've cleaned it up. I pick up litter everywhere as well, and I applaud you for doing it because not that many people do, and I think more people should do that. As far as like this project here, the trees are going to come down, but we're also planting 800 trees. So it's sort of like a trade-off. I do want to thank the board members for really thinking about this project and solar in general and taking the time out of your day to like meet with me, meet with the neighbors, and really take everything in consideration. I really appreciate everything that you guys have done and thus far, and really hope you consider not banning solar in a residential district because there's really nowhere else to put it. And this project here is in a place where it's a perfect spot. I know we talked a lot about some bad projects, but we haven't spoken about the good projects like Hemlock Hill Farm. I haven't really had anybody talk about how bad it looks because people can't see it as you're driving. This particular project also is that you cannot see it from any road. So where you can see roof mounts and side mounts and other mounts on everyone's home, and some people may think that's unsightly. So, but to ban a project where nobody can see it, I just think it's unfair. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Town Board. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening. I give kudos to all of you. Howard Gould. I keep an open mind. I like to hear both sides of the story. I still disagree with ground mount, solar scale.
Large scale ground mount solar in residential neighborhoods.
Thank you for clarifying that. I mixed the words. Okay. Anyway, to my point. So my question is, this is a residential town. If we had to light every house, every business within the town, what percentage of the area, if we had to close an area off for the ground mount, and I'm not saying I want this, what area would we have to cut off to have ground mount to light up the area with that electricity? I really would like an answer for that. Like, is it 30%, 50%? And what would happen to the buildings that all the developers have planned in mind? Would that go out the window? I'd like an answer because I would like to see.
Howard, we can't give it to you because that's a pretty big mathematical equation.
So what I'm saying, it's impossible then to light up the town in that.
Basically, only on solar, you're saying?
Yes.
No hybrid of any sort, just solar.
Even in hybrid, you can't do it.
I'm pretty sure my kids will be mad that the Wi-Fi is not working.
Okay, and it's
Yeah.
and I didn't want to bring this up, but you are aware and I'm not going to say the names, and I don't think this is the place to say it, but I'll say it anyway. The federal government is going drill baby drill, but I want the solar, but not the solar farms, and I'll leave it at that. And I didn't really need to add Bill Baby drill.
Thanks.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
I'm kidding. That's the one I do. Let me fill that for you.
Please.
Hi, Miguel Quintanilla again, Yorktown resident. So I've been listening.
Don't worry.
It's good. It's all good. So I heard it mentioned, we've talked about Indian Point coming offline. I think we've known that for a long time, right? We got some warning and then it went offline. Solar is not new, right? New York City has required solar on roof panels for almost a decade now, right? So I guess I would ask, and I heard about the sewer. I actually run the plumbing department at my engineering firm, so I wish I'd been at some of those meetings, but
I'll talk to you.
yeah. But we want to do it the right way. So I am not saying let's just go blanket let everyone put in a solar farm at all. We should be reasonable and measured with it. But I would urge you to really look into this with some urgency and to figure out what is the right compromise between setting up solar panels on roofs and new developments, right? I think that's definitely parking lots, as well as solar farms. I don't think the banning of the full solar farms is out there. I also want to disclose, I own a business in White Plains, so of course I'm a member of the BCW, and I actually am on the Clean Energy Coalition with Ron. I was on a call this morning at 8 a.m. with him and a bunch of other volunteers, right? This is volunteer time. And they were complaining that he has too many meetings. So I would say definitely take it with a grain of salt. Anytime Business Council, they're here to promote the businesses, right? Not the towns. But if we're questioning Ron's motivation in getting clean energy into Westchester County, I will say that guy puts in so many volunteer hours in going to towns. Maybe you haven't seen it, but I have. And I was on, like I said, I was on a call with people who are diehard solar people.
Nobody's questioning his integrity.
Wave to the camera. He's recording.
Yeah. I'm just saying, they were saying, Ron, we got to meet less. You're pushing this. You're going way too fast for us. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So Miguel, let me just say that,
It's a public
I
hearing.
understand. I want to make sure that the BCW is doing this unified, which Ron said they are, and I believe that. But when the speech comes about a specific project,
yes,
it's the wrong look. Now, I've followed this project for the full 10 years. Actually, it might even be 11 that it's been around. But I've sat on this board for over 10 years now, and I've been following it. And I understand exactly where it is, and I understand what Mr. Coangelo is trying to do, and see that. And I also see the viewpoint of the neighbors and what they're looking at. And we're trying to find the right fix. And actually, Stephanie Pratt made a comment about the view from the farm, which is something I never looked at. So something I'm probably going to try to do tomorrow. But I don't doubt it. I just want to look at it from a very global viewpoint. And when like I said, I belong to BCW. I was on the board of the chamber. People come to you to get involved and join, and it does become about, hey, we're doing this now. Knowing now what we know about Ron and what he does, and he was able to explain, I understand there's more involvement in solar, which is great. And I would just like to see that same hand here play through the county, because if that were the case, we might not be having this conversation if the other municipalities around us were allowing solar and we're doing solar farms. And it's great to say do your share, but when it's do your share but we're not going to do ours, that's a problem. And like I said, I met with a lot of supervisors, and a lot of our surrounding communities do not allow it at all unless it's an accessory use. So I just would like to see that same lobbying going on across the board. and I'll look for that, and and try to follow as best I can as I get the emails. But that's what we meant, and the integrity of the BCW. I know John very well. I know Marcia. I got a text message from Cindy Delfino, who I thought might be coming up today to talk about it. And I understand that these are people who really have a vested interest in solar energy, and that's important. So rest assured, we are taking this seriously. We are making sure that we are listening to both sides, and we're also making sure that the focus from the crowd is coming in too the right way. It's not about a single project. That's for Mr. Colangelo, and that's for Mr. Pratt. And I know Mr. Pratt a lot longer than most people in the room that I know. So we really want to make sure that we are focusing on the issue as a whole.
Yeah, I
And thank you for giving us a little bit of a character reference. Sir Ron. I like that.
Just to be clear, there have been multiple discussions. Like, we didn't just show up tonight, and say, hey, this is what we're doing.
Funny.
We've had multiple discussions, and the discussions evolved. So we have looked at it. We have, talked about it. We've discussed it here openly several times. I just want to make sure that's clear, because it didn't sound like you felt that has happened. And I don't know. You could go back on the meetings and watch the exhilarating conversations that we had back then.
I bet, and I'm not saying you haven't thought about it. I'm just saying, there are other places that have shown what can happen, and maybe we can look at those and move quickly. I don't want to. What I'm saying is, I don't want to be here 5 years from now, and we're still kind of like we're still thinking about solar, right? We should have it figured out in that kind of time frame. And I want to, I'm happy to hear that projects they don't get approved within a year, right? And I deal with a lot of projects on all sorts of different types of things, so I understand that. So I appreciate that you take time to deliberate on them. And I said it the first time I came up here, right? You're right. There are a lot of towns in Westchester that don't allow solar, don't allow battery energy storage systems, right? And we have been talking with a lot of them, and the feeling is that it's because nobody has set forward and approved it, right? And they're all waiting for the first person to go. That's the feeling we get. I might be wrong, right? And obviously you meet with the town supervisors. I don't, so their take. But I wonder if you put it to them, like, hey, if we approve this, would you approve it too? Would you come along with us? Because
we've had a solar law. We have solar farms. We have approved it.
Yeah.
So it's not like we haven't, and they haven't followed suit. But the question has now come up because, comment was made that errors were made, which I don't really agree with per se. I think that the visual impacts were not fully accounted for. The screening, that's why the first version had differences. So it's not a, wait and see type thing, what other people do. We've been there. We've been leading in this. And we're trying to make it work. But some of these have changed the character of the communities that they're in. And that's where I started earlier. We have to be aware that we are not changing the character of our communities. And that's an important thing. Mr. Colangelo was nice enough to accommodate us going out in the rainy grass and checking out his site. And then Councilman Murphy and I drove in there a little bit.
Yeah, you guys went on a rain date and everything.
And I appreciate that because it shows his care of the project. And we want to see, at least I do, and I know 2 other board members went with me. I know Sergio has been there on his own as well.
I was there also with you.
Yeah,
she's
no, I
there.
said 2 other board members. I pointed at you, Susan. So Susan and Patrick were there, and we all checked it out, and we want to make the right decisions, the right reasons. And like I said, I see Mr. Colangelo's point of view. I see Mr. Pratt's point of view. I have to see the town and look at that as a whole. And that's really what we're doing here. And when we finish up, we'll have a lot of thinking to go, and then come back around and talk about this.
All right. Well, thank you for giving us all the opportunity to speak. I do appreciate being able.
Appreciate you,
Thank you for
Miguel.
being here.
And I appreciate your son being here.
Yeah.
I think, great job, but next time you have to get up and talk.
Good evening, everyone. It is still evening. Yes, it's not morning yet. Elon Gilbert, former town supervisor. Ed, I think you summed it up very well just now. But I think that when I was the town supervisor, I went with Alice Roker, and I walked that site, if Mr. Colangelo remembers. I think we have some serious issues that need to be resolved, and I concede the points from both sides. But I think that a total ban is not the answer. I think we've had successful projects. I'll name one that I can think of is the project up at Patty Peckham's farm. I don't think I've heard any. If the board can maybe let me know if they've heard any issues they've heard about that project, and if you had the total ban, that project wouldn't be able to have been put in. So I think it would be a mistake to do a total ban, but I also do think that you should give deference to your leadership, deference to the planning board's leadership, and try to have each project sit on its own merits and allow for that. But also you can set the guidelines for the size of the field, the screening and all of that. And I think a total ban would be a mistake. That's my personal feeling. Okay. You also have the project up on Route 6 that was originally supposed to be residences that is now a field. And I don't know whether or not there have been criticisms about that project, but I haven't heard any. I don't know if
You're talking about the Hill Farm?
Yeah.
There've been a lot of criticism
Okay.
for that, and
All right.
and part of it is immature growth.
Okay.
And
Well, there's that phase 2 that you were talking about, the 2 phases, if that's possible, to get screening in first and then see. But the bottom line is, I think a total ban is not the answer, because again, then you wouldn't have had Patty Peckham be able to do her project if you had. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm just going to sum up. I know it's my third time up here. I appreciate what you said, Mr. Lachterman, about the gentleman from the Business Council. He didn't come up here when there was no particular project. He didn't come in. He knew that we were discussing solar. Why didn't he just come up here? Why didn't Mr. Ravitch, why hasn't he come up here just in general terms? They came up here for a purpose. It's not their agenda. It's about that project. When Ravitch came up here and talked, he talked about Underhill Farms specifically twice. So it was about a project, but no one worried about that. You might want to inform many of the people here that the Hill Farm and the one down the hill, what's the other one down at the other end near Strawberry? The one that's, what's it called? Foothill.
The Foothill.
They were approved because of the tree law. It was nothing to do with solar farms per se. The tree law allowed those two to be done, and it was simply that they couldn't do buildings. So they switched. That's all I'm saying. So it's a give and take, but it's not addressing, as far as I'm concerned, the character of this town. That's what we're talking about. Mr. D'Angelo, I appreciate, he's brilliant. He knows about solar stuff, and he wants solar. I love solar in the right place, but not a ground-mounted in a town that is 90% residential. And the project that the previous supervisor just referred to, Mr. Gilbert, that's a farm. And I know you're going to nitpick about farms and residential, but that's on a farm. I don't know, I've never seen it, but I believe no one has ever criticized that. But they sure have criticized the Hill Farm, the Hill Solar Farm, and the Foothill for sure. And those are the only other two in residential, as far as I know, right now. Those are the only two in so-called residential neighborhoods, except for Hill could be a little commercial, but it's still commercial.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you very
Dan.
much.
I won't steal your thunder, Mr. Coangelo. Mr. Coangelo, I won't steal your thunder, but I do want to say that I believe that when John Ravitz came up, he was not really talking about Underhill per se, but about overlay districts in general, because I know he was a proponent of that before we ever brought it up, and I do know that from talking that the Business Council has started this push for solar power. That Ron's running that little sector of, and that they are lobbying for it. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that the lobbying is universal, not project specific, which I think is an important aspect. And as for farmland,
that's why I'm here.
I know.
Can we do that?
I identify as a solar pro. No, I'm kidding. This property was Jacob Dalton's farm. This was Catherine Field's personal farm.
You need to,
This was Catherine Field's personal farm, and Jacob Dalton was the caretaker for Catherine Field. He lived on Jacob Road. That's why it's called Jacob Road. I just want to fill everybody in about the history of this property. It has not been farmed since the late 70s. It was an open field before that with multiple farming plots, just like the adjoining property, which is Hemlock Hill Farm, and also Wilkins Farm. So this property, I don't know if it identifies itself as residential or if it identifies itself as former agricultural, but it's a great site for agricultural again. Some people may think that agriculture doesn't pay taxes, and maybe solar does more for the community. Not sure, but just wanted to let everybody know more about this place. Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, Stephanie.
Hi. So I just wanted to bring up,
Stephanie reintroduced
Sorry,
herself.
Stephanie Pratt. Just wanted to bring up the two projects that you guys were talking about with Hemlock Hill and Patty Peckham's farm. The difference between that and Jacob Road Farm, which, yes, I know it used to be a farm, is that there's residents next to it. The other two farms have no residents right next to where the solars are. So, thank you. So it's residential versus ag difference.
Thank you. All right.
I would like to make a few.
We're not closed yet.
Susan.
Oh, we're not closed, okay.
Hi.
How are you?
Hello. Michael Beeks, Yorktown resident. I've been here since about 7:16 this evening. We have a great resource that lays out all the facts, issues, and concerns regarding solar farms in our town. And that resource is the November 12th meeting video of the town board work session meeting video, in which John Taggart gave a presentation about comparing CO2 sequestration of forest versus solar farms. In that presentation, John stated that the Hill Properties 15-acre solar farm would provide an equivalent of 10 square miles of forest CO2 sequestration. That 10 square miles, to give a reference, which he did, is 25% of Yorktown's land. And that 15 acres is 0.05% of that. And those things, those facts, I went, after that I said, that's really amazing. I had never done that comparison before. So I went and found all the public studies that were done, and sure enough, the most local was a study that was done for the New England region, And it matches John's findings, and it gave that ratio of an acre of solar farm to 470 acres of forest sequestration. And that included the effect of deforesting that 1 acre to make that solar farm, which turns out to be 31 tons of CO2 emissions per acre per year. All right. And that equates again to John's example of 15-acre solar farm versus 10 square miles of forest. It's also worth repeating that according to the current solar law and the draft as well, that the land improvements for ground cover, screening, buffering will harmonize with the character of the property and the surrounding area using native vegetation that attracts and benefits native pollinators. These improvements further offset the environmental impact of solar farms. So as a balance, and as many people have brought up before, about choosing the right properties to put these on, and possibly with the ability to do screening in advance, it seems that this would be a good way to go, is to not ban solar farms in these areas, but have them carefully chosen. And I guess it's still Cher's birthday.
There you go. Thank you, Michael. All right. Guess we could.
Can I make some comments?
Well, I'd like to close public comment and leave it open for 10. He'll close the public hearing, sorry, and leave written comment 10 days. Thank you. I have a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All right, can I make my comments now?
Susan.
I've been silent and we're going on 2 hours. It's a short statement. I've been commenting on the solar law since the very first iteration back in 2020 and subsequent hearings that we've had when we've amended the law. I've even commented on the solar law before we even had the first solar law, and that's when we were discussing the Foothill solar farm. I think over the years my concerns about the inappropriateness of solar farms is well known. I've been very outspoken about the concerns about the residential character of the neighborhoods and also about the excessive tree cutting. Tonight, I feel like it's deja vu. So many of the comments I made back then are relevant today. I could go back and use some of the same statements that I made because they're still on my computer. Especially the recommendation that I made in 2020 that because each site is different, applications should be considered on a case-by-case basis, a point that several speakers have made tonight, and that the town board should be given the authority to rezone a property for a solar farm if the application meets certain stringent criteria. And then the planning board would review the site plan based on the very specific requirements like setbacks and screening, okay? The zoning concept that encompasses this is called a floating zone, and it's a well-established land use planning tool. In March, I sent a memo to the town board outlining this, and I even included a reference to the town of Ossining that actually uses the floating zone concept when it reviews solar farm applications, all right? The town board, we had a very brief discussion about it, but I don't think it was ever really seriously considered. Instead, we're back to two choices. We allow them by special permit or we ban them. And I should say one of the advantages of a floating zone where a site is actually zoned for this is that it avoids many of the pitfalls of the current process, which allows them in any district subject to getting a special permit. I'm not going to go into the weeds about that, but it is a very significant planning difference, which I hope the town board will review. So what I'm asking, now that we've closed the hearing, I'm asking my colleagues that before we vote, we've heard a lot of comments for and against the ban, and a lot to talk about using it on a case-by-case basis, which you cannot do when you under the current law, which allows it by special permit. That we take the time to read through the town of Ossining law and also the city of New Rochelle uses multiple types of floating zones to achieve multiple different planning objectives, and to reconsider it, okay? Because a floating zone concept can accomplish the goals I think we're all concerned about. It protects the residential character of a neighborhood, which is our prime concern. It saves the woodlands, which are very vital. And it also allows for solar farms, which we need because, as many people have said, we need the energy. So I'm just asking you that before we vote to reconsider. We're under no pressure right now.
I closed with written for 10 days, so we're not voting anytime soon. And just so you know, one of the people that I did have lunch with was Liz from Ossining.
Okay.
And we had that conversation about the floating zones.
And she told me that one they approved and one they disapproved. Okay? In many respects, I hate to bring up the word overlay zone because that's a loaded term and people are for or against the overlay zone in Yorktown. But it's the same basic concept, okay? The town board says, this is a good project. We establish criteria. Whatever the criteria is, and those are written into the law, and the town board makes a zoning decision, and that should be a town board. The town board land use is one of the key functions that the town board has, all right? Not the planning board. The planning board only implements the zoning that the town board decides, and that's why we look at this on a case-by-case basis. Solar farms were very appropriate on Patty Peckham's farm, on Hemlock Hill Farm, okay? But they were very inappropriate on Foothill. I think they were inappropriate on the Hill Farm, which you see from Route 6, all right? And then people can make their judgments about the Jacob Road or the Dell project, which are two projects that have been caught in the moratorium. But when you do it by special permit, even when you have criteria, the planning board is limited. It cannot, if somebody meets the criteria, let's say that the setback is right, and let's say the screening is right, and you agree and you think the planning board does a good job, they cannot deny it because they think it's going to harm a residential neighborhood. That's not allowed by rezoning it through a floating zone concept. So I'm urging the board that we should sit down and we should have a discussion, and you can bring up your conversation with the Ossining supervisor. We can get more information about how New Rochelle uses it, not for solar, but for many other concepts. Thank you.
I did want to just comment on a few things because we talked about trees being cut down. Some trees are invasive species that get cut down in some of the areas, and Underhill was a good example of a lot of those. Also, we have tree mitigation plans which allow that. I would
3/4 of those trees over in Underhill were invasive trees.
Right. No, I understand that. No, Susan, trees aren't trees because invasive trees choke out the native things, and they're not really good for our.
The dead ones.
Bamboo would run through Yorktown if we had let it grow.
Yeah. Right now we have the Japanese knotweed that's growing behind Town Hall that they have to try to get out, and the state's trying to get another invasive species that chokes out everything.
Do you know that some of the trees on 118 in front that the planning board required Underhill to keep between the 4-story building and Route 118, some of those are invasive, and they decided to keep them because those trees are part of the character as somebody enters Yorktown. So yes. You can't make a blanket statement that
if I could just finish up because it's getting late and I let you speak. So some of those trees coming down regardless should come down and we understand that. Let's see. It was sort of like seemed like people thought we weren't looking at rooftop. We are, as said before, Lowe's is in. Sergio's been talking with Curry Honda. I've been talking with the owner of the old Turcos because they're going to be redoing their roof there, and I wanted him to talk to Leo about that. He and I spoke about some possibilities of things. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. It was Noam that I spoke to, but we could look at that. But that is something we're looking for, the right mix, and the priorities should be your rooftops and your commercial. The solar up at Granite Knolls, Granted, it would have been horrible for the view shed, but the reason that that died was because the company could not complete the project in any frame time. They were at the time that they pulled out a year and a half behind schedule. So they went bye-bye on their own. Red lines have been on. Diana, do you want to talk about the red lines real quick?
So this has been going on since probably August of '24. We've had several drafts that were on the website. We got some emails last week where people were getting confused on everything, and the red drafts weren't matching the actual draft we were going to public hearing on. The town attorney clarified that with a final draft. So only the draft 2, which is the same as the final draft, was left onto the website. Up until probably Friday last week, the red lines were on there.
I think in general we've had this issue. I've had it with multiple laws that we have just been discussing. Sometimes there not only is a red line not available, sometimes only the changes to the law are included, so you have no idea how the changes reflect what is the current law and the whole law. So I would encourage.
I think those have been in our internal emails, and I asked Adam to only send red line versions. But on
The
the
public
on the-
should also see the red
on-
line
well,
versions.
If you just listen to what Diana said, she posts red line versions since, I'm sorry, did you say 24?
This has been going through.
August
We've had this on the calendar since August
I think
24.
we could talk about the red line versions. This is a public hearing for solar, so.
Okay,
let's
well, I
just-
wanted to
let's not
answer,
go
I
down the
wanted to
rabbit hole.
answer some of the things that were here. And you're right, so I guess with the last thing, and I'm not gonna ask you to come up, John, you look too comfortable, but I know that, as every project goes through planning, there's a question on sustainability, and they do talk about sustainability, and they do look at that. Right now, there are no laws that compel our people to do it, but it's brought up, and there are parts of it that, should be beneficial for them. But I actually had a quick question to our land use attorney for the town, and we will have further discussions to see what can happen in that. I just want to make sure I covered some of those.
So, I got a few comments. I'll try to be brief. I liked Anthony Pilla's letter about prioritizing productive assets, and somebody here stole my thunder. We did have two projects that came in. They've been around, but they've come back to the planning board last night, and that was Curry Honda, and it was also Lowe's. So they're looking to put solar on their rooftops, which I fully support. To be quite honest, we keep talking about how Yorktown is residential, mostly residential. Thank God. If everybody, or even half the people, put solar panels on their rooftops, the counter argument is, well, they don't contribute to the grid, but they do. It's kind of like reverse osmosis. If you're not drawing from the grid, then you're in effect, in some way, contributing to it because you're lessening the demand. So if we're all residential and we prioritize solar panels on rooftops, even these little houses, and not every house is available for is primary or
Suitable.
ripe or suitable. Thank you for solar, but I think that's something that we could do, and of course the state I think removed the incentives in order to do that. So again, it comes back to the state. The state should re-implement the incentives to have homeowners put solar on rooftops, but instead they want us to have this large-scale ground mount solar, and that's the only thing. Put the incentives back in, let people put solar panels on their rooftops, tier 1, right? And you'll see how the demand on the grid is less. Now, it may not give you full autonomy from drawing from the grid, but you're going to seriously contribute in a positive way. You get to use the energy that you're producing. How about that concept? That keeps coming up. But where are the incentives from the state? They're no longer available. Maybe that's something that we could go to the state with the Business Council of Westchester and tell them to re-implement that. I'll stand there with you, no problem. we talk about solar farms and developments. The thing with a solar farm right now in our law is it's going to take 80% of the property. If you have an acre, you get, 5 acres, you get to cover 80% of that. A development, a house or something like that, can only cover 30%. That's a significant difference in what you're tearing down. And that I think that's part of the problem. Now, we came in and part of the iteration of how we got here is we said, maybe we'll do a 200-foot setback. That wasn't good enough. Then we said, all right, then we cover only 50% of the property, only allowed to cover 50%. That wasn't good enough. Nothing's good enough unless you could cover 80% and tear everything down. I mean, so we have been trying to find, an area where we could be reasonable. But it just, a lot of the comments were, hey, you guys just got here and you're really not thinking about it. And again, these are these unfounded, people blurt these things out. And I'd love to hear the evidence. Show me proof. That's all I want, right? I already talked about the energy, about how it gets to the people in Yorktown that Yorktown produces. Now, I think that's a farce to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to produce the energy and I want it. We're going to have these solar farms. It has to come back to us. The homeowner, the landowner that's putting up the solar farm, he could say the same thing. He says, well, it's my solar farm. I want the energy to come to me first before it gets to the grid. It's never going to happen because of the way the grids work and the way things are. So, we've already discussed that. I don't want to go down that. We talked about possibly having a couple of months where Yorktown uses the energy in discounts that it produces. Somebody mentioned that it's 25 years and it's 100 years compared to 1,000 years. I'll sign the agreement. 100 years of the solar farm that you produce, that energy goes to people in Yorktown. I could talk to people in Yorktown and probably maybe, but no, that's not going to be possible either. Nobody talked about the ecosystem. We talked about carbon sequestration. We talked about this calculation, and it's scientific. Does the calculation include the damage to the ecosystem? No. Yes. Does the calculation include where the solar panels go when they crack, they break, there's a thing, or after 25 years that they get decommissioned? Where do they go? Does the calculation include the pollution to the... Mike, you could shake your head, but I want to know where these non-biodegradable solar panels go, these hundreds and thousands and all these megawatts of solar panels go when we have to decommission them.
Mike, I'm sorry. Sergio, you know better to engage.
No.
Okay.
It's all right. So, I mean, nobody has that's not part of the calculation, and so kind of we just like leave that. We don't mention that part of it. So, yeah, I want the big picture. I want the full picture. I don't want just what one side believes and what the other side believes and trying to, kind of convince me otherwise. But, that the carbon sequestration, that calculation doesn't include, the pollution into our landfills where the solar panels go. How can it? How do you know? So there are a lot of unknowns, and I don't think this is ready, especially given that, according to Ed, 11 other, how many supervisors?
Well, this has been through at least 5 supervisors.
No, I'm saying you spoke to how many supervisors?
Oh, I'm sorry. I spoke to 12 other supervisors, 13 of us altogether.
So I have still a lot of questions before I could actually really say, hey, you know what, this is a good idea. And again, I go back to the state. The state decommissioned Indian Point. Great. Okay? That's like, but they had no plan to replace that energy. That's like me quitting my job with no job lined up and no plan to pay my mortgage. Okay? That's what happened here. And so now, all of this weight, we're going to save if we don't put a solar farm in, the coral reefs are going to disappear, and, all of this stuff we're going to, and it's all on the shoulders of Yorktown to save the world. And I don't believe that's even possible for us to do. What I do believe is that if you want to get clean energy, you want to use it yourself, the state needs to re-implement the incentives. We're also looking at the town buildings. And so there are places, especially given the volume of residential that everybody keeps bringing up, in terms of like about the ban, that we're banning it because it's all residential. No, get some incentives. Let's get some people to put the solar panels on their houses, and you'll see how we contribute to the grid in a reverse kind of way. So I'm still mulling it over, but I got to tell you, it's a climb.
All right, I'll make it quick because it's 11:45. These guys both made compelling parts, but I agree with Susan when you talked about the BES, storage systems. You have to listen to both sides, and you know what? I'm very torn on this whole subject. I know John came in November and gave a very compelling arguments for, for. It has a small carbon footprint, no, nothing on the schools, no, it produces taxes. I get all that. And then on the other side, it's public safety, and at the end of the day, our residents, their safety comes first. And again, I agree with Susan that we this subject needs more conversation, and both sides, and we take it very serious. I think everybody on this board is for solar in some capacity, whether it's roof, car mount, tier 1 at your home. We're not against solar. We just, ground mounted has just flourished up, and we have to address it in the most articulate way that we can and take all sides into consideration. So
I just have one more comment that I want to make about, I know that people have also said that after 20 years or 25, I think here it was 20, but after 20 years, you could replant and reforest. Has anybody calculated the 10 or 15 years a forest is going to be, that the time that it's going to take when you decommission the plants, and then how much time it's going to take before that forest actually matures enough to take carbon out of the air like it was previously for the project? You're losing 25 years. You got 25 years of carbon sequestration. That's great. The solar panels. You take the solar panels out. Now what happens for the next 15, 20 years on that piece of property? It's not doing anything for the environment.
No, wait.
There's a lot of questions, and there's a lot of one-sided comments, but I haven't heard anybody really come in and give a full kind of review of the pluses and minuses. So I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Well, I'll just make a comment, and I have made it before, about the fact that Yorktown was a farming community not that long ago. I think John said that the Jacob Farm was being farmed in the 70s. If you try to go there today, you cannot walk through most of the property because it's grown back so quickly. There is of course, a delay in when you're having the same carbon sequestration, but a lot of these farms were farms 50 years ago, and now they're grown over. So I know what you're saying. It's going to take some time to get there, but it can. And then it also makes it where you could build housing if that's the case at that point, and if we have clean carbon or clean energy, and we could do that. So
Underhill was a farm.
Yes, Underhill was a farm.
It was a farm, level, no trees, no nothing.
And I will say the one.
How long did it take for it to come on? I mean, you.
I'm just saying.
I just want that calculation in there, not just this one, number.
And I will say that the one thing that I think we should all consider as well, and I think Susan alluded to it, was right now they could go for a special use permit, and if we ban it, they could still go before the zoning board. We would lose control of a project that way. I think that if we're driving the boat, and whether it's a floating zone or another way to look at it, and we're the ones driving the boat here, we at least can put some deed restrictions on the property and some strict things, and, you know, I worry about, you know, solar becomes battery energy storage with the solar. So there are different things that at least we could have a better control over if that were the case.
I like the concept of deed restrictions. We talked about it, you and I, and I understand it. And, you know, I also wanted to set up the criteria that we all discussed about the setbacks, about the coverage, the lot coverage, and everybody kind of like shot me down on that. But I think that's something that needs to be revisited, and we need to update our code. So this way, even if you get a zoning variance, you're gonna have to abide by the new restrictions because it's a new project. And so I think that's important. I think that should have been part of this law.
It's not a zoning variance. The special permit, the way the law is set up, you set up things like the setbacks, but you can give the planning board the flexibility to waive the setbacks if they determine it's differently. If an applicant comes in and says, well, you know, your law says it could be 200, but it could be less because of X, Y, and Z. We've had discussions about the current law says fully screened. Some people are saying you can never fully screen. So let's screen to what's feasible, what's practical, okay? That is very, very subjective, and the planning board has a tremendous amount of flexibility in this. And to your point, Ed, zoning is one of the key functions that is a town board function. We set the tone for how Yorktown should be developed, and that's why this is such a critical an issue that involves the whole community, and everyone is concerned about this, that I think that it belongs in the hands of the town board to make that decision with certain criteria, and the criteria could be lot coverage, size of the lot, setbacks, how many trees are cutting. If somebody cuts down 5 trees, 10 trees, that's one thing. But if they cut down 500 trees in a pristine, undeveloped area, we might say no, that there are other values to having 500, you know, having a woodland of 500 trees. The town board makes that decision, and then the planning board, with its technical expertise, does all the nitty-gritty, the nuts and bolts.
Depending on how the control of the zoning goes. But once again, everyone has that right to go before the ZBA.
No, this is
based
planning board.
No, but people could go to ZBA based on, hey, this setback is, you know, wouldn't be affected because of this. Maybe the setback is against woods. So there are different things that they can try to go for variances, and that's a thing that worries me, and I want to find, you know, I want to find the right way to control that as well. And that's, you know, that's more talk with land use. So.
I think if the planning board has the right by a special permit and set the setback, I don't know if one could get, and maybe this is something that David could opine on, whether somebody could go to the zoning board and get a variance when the special permit allows it. That doesn't sound like a reasonable variance request. I'll defer to you.
Yeah. Oh, I think about it.
All right.
Thanks,
Okay.
David. All right, let's run on with the rest of the meeting. Set public hearing for June 17th, 2025 for 2258 Sawmill River Road, SWIP for the Balin property. 1825 and 1829 T-Town Road, SWIP on a tree permit, Fitzpatrick. Do I have motion on those two?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You guys don't want to wait for all this great stuff? Killing me.
Yeah. What an update.
Resolutions from the Central Garage, award the bid for new waste oil heater in the Central Garage. From a web administrator, authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with GHD Services, Inc. for the purpose of redesigning and maintaining the town's website in the amount of $19,743. Also authorize the controller to process a budget transfer and pay GHD Services, Inc. as enumerated below. And that is it.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Yorktown.
You all get bonus points for staying. Little gold stars, yes.